demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady, yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping 'cause these dark
Good morning, everyone, and with that, welcome back to the VCT China community broadcast of Project. My name is Akamask. Next to me, there's the great Kumquat, a German and French duo today, is showing you the best of the best in China. How are you feeling coming into that day?
I'm feeling very good. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to be back on Project Horizon. It's gonna be an amazing match today. We have two wonderful teams, XLG and WOL, as you can see just on top of us.
Yeah, and it's been a wild ride for both of them in the VCT China, right? XLG coming up there from Ascension, 2 champs, winning one of the splits in China last year, having some great performances in China, but then struggling on the international stage. On the other side, Wolves, very mixed year, very up and down, huge roller coasters, like from a bad kickoff to 3rd place in Split 1 and 3rd place at Masters Toronto, to then have a very bad Split 2 and not making champs is a year to be remembered. They lost one of their players to XLG with Lysor no playing for them. So some changes of the Wolves identity coming into 2026. The pack looks a lot different. And they want to reach new heights, right? They want to go to Santiago. That's the big goal.
Yeah, I think that's the goal here, because they, as you said, they changed quite a few players. At least we have 3 new ones in this roster. Maybe we will see them a little bit after. But so yeah, I think, and it's really good players, right? We have, for example, Yosemite that comes from FPX, is quite a good player. And I think they're trying to go a bit further, having a more stable year than they had last year. Because, as you said, I think it was a bit daunting because they start off really strong and then kind of fumbled in the end. It was a bit sad to see because we love Wolves on Project Horizon, right?
I think 90% of Project Horizon are Wolves fans. But aside from that, I think for me personally, Wolves lacked one thing in particular, and that's consistency. Bringing in a rookie with Autumn, I don't quite know how this one is gonna change. Yes, you bring in FPX knowledge and FPX time spent in the league, right? But it's really rough for them to go back like to square one. They need to fix the issues that they had in Split 2 rapidly, and I think those issues aren't really only on the players who are on the server. If you drop off so heavily after Split 2 and a 3rd place performance at Masters Toronto, then there has to be something internally going on, and I think the roster changes, it might be a good first step for them. They won their game yesterday. They are in a fairly good spot coming into this matchup today, and we have to see how XLG is performing after, as I said, an absolute miracle of a 2025 for them.
Yeah, their year was really amazing. It was so funny that both teams that had to go to Ascension actually were both in champions. So XLG managed to dodge Ascension because they placed over the other team, but still it was amazing of a year. I think they're trying to go in the same energy for 2026. They did a few changes to the roster also, especially they gained Lizor from WOL, so this is gonna be interesting today. And it is also Leo, which will be the new IGL this year.
Yeah, coming over from 4 Angry Men, or beforehand LDG Gaming, had a little bit of a break. like we know him back in the days from like the China Evolution Series Act 2 and stuff like this. It's been a long time since Leo has been played in the league, and I'm gonna be intrigued. Like XLG, same thing with Noman, for example, is always a team that can pull something out of their head and be like, here, have another great player for the league that nobody knows. And it's like a sort of the thing with Tier 2 China being not really visible to us here in Europe. But still, I think personally, the changes that XLG made, we have to wait for them to settle in. I like the Lysor change here. I think that brings them a little bit of a new energy into the entire team. I think Wolves really survived and really thrived on vibes and on energy that they had in the team. We saw that yesterday as well. A lot of pop-offs, a lot of like high energy, great vibes moments. And XLG was a little bit more quiet, a little bit more turned down, and I think it would be really impactful for them to have sort of a more fluent energy, a more energetic presence on the entire stage.
They have very, very, very strong player. Obviously, we cannot not mention Happyway, which was one of the best player of the Chinese league last year. I think he was, we can even say without a big doubt that he was the best controller of the league. Yeah. Definitely amazing year on his side, and it's good to see that he stayed with XLG, and I think they will be able to create some good things today as a team.
Yeah, I'm also very, very happy that like the core of XLG stayed together. The core that won VCT China stayed together, and they just made some adjustments to thrive in the end more as a complete structure and complete unit. I think what especially was missing off of them is energy coming into the Masters and the Champions events. XLG's story internationally was, and can't stress this enough, very disappointing. I think if you're the #1 seed of the Champions winning league, then you have some expectations on your shoulders, and the only team that really delivered on the VCT China expectations internationally last year was Wolves with their 3rd place at Masters Toronto.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a bit of a bummer for the Chinese league last year. Definitely not the result that they wanted, and I think XLG was so close to qualifying. A lot of the teams didn't pass. Actually, none of the team passed the groups in the Champions Paris. So, yeah, a bit of a bad ending for the VCT China. But I guess this year they're gonna start and come back stronger with a bit more energy. And I would really love to see XLG actually going back to international events.
Yeah, and XLG, it seems like they're feeling themselves. Especially Noman has some fun on that stage. A friend of the Project Horizon project. We're gonna say it like that. But yeah, Noman's always someone that we have to look out for. I think his evolution as a more complete player is something that I want to see this year. It's for me personally the player to watch on that XLG lineup. Other players seem like a more complete unit, seem like more complete players. But Noman, for me personally, coming up from Tier 2 in the middle of the year in 2025, is the player to watch. What can he do with more experience on his back? And on the other side, we have Wolves, the disappointment of Split 2. And they are back with a new look and want to fight for the top again.
Wolves Esports.
I think they can really do great things. Like, we talked about it obviously a little bit already, but the changes are really interesting. I think they will bring something. Maybe it will take some time to adjust. Yesterday they managed to win their games, which is a good start, even if they had kind of a struggle on some particular map. Remember, for example, Abyss, they lost, but then the bind was very, very strong, 13-5. They completely smashed Trace Esports, and maybe that's the energy they will bring today.
They're just aura farming right now. That team is just the peak of aura farming. I can't tell any differently. With those jerseys as well.
Like, yeah, you have something with these.
I'm such a huge fan of those jerseys. Like, possibly the best jerseys in VCT right now. And people are gonna be mad at me for this take, but having jerseys with golden ornamentation and stuff like this will always be a soft spot for me.
Definitely. I do not completely agree with you about the jersey. I think they are great. They are great, but maybe not peak esports. I think I could think about a few that I'd prefer. Though they're still way enough to be OR farming in this magnificent venue.
Yeah, that venue is crazy as well, right? The light shows and stuff like this. I am intrigued for what Wolves is gonna show us today. You said it yesterday, sort of a mixed start to the entire season, but in the end, they beat Trace Esports, which is not an easy thing to pull off. Abyss might be something that they are considering as a ban today.
One thing that we didn't note also is that XLG changed their IGL. The new IGL is actually Leo, one of the new players that they break in. Before it was Coconut who left. So this is also going to be a kind of a big change in the dynamic of the team. I'm quite interested to see and to discover what is the new energy around this, and maybe if their strategy will be a bit different.
Yeah, I mean, XLG will have like a sort of different approach to the entire game. It's obvious if you change IGLs. You might have some new comps coming up, some new identities of a team. In the last year, it was always very frag heavy, right? Always very playing off of each other, and with the utility changes, with like the double initiator comps moving more and more far backwards, it might be a little bit different. But XLG, they're picking the Nemesis map of Wolves. We will see the new Breeze as map number 1. You talked about it in the green room that you haven't casted Breeze yet, and you want to see it. And yeah, they're delivering on this one. It's a very strange pick and ban for me personally, because normally you either see Split, a Pearl, or Haven. Those are like the 3 more standard maps we are having right now, with Bind, Breeze, and Abyss coming in. This one will be an absolute banger of a matchup.
It's very interesting because, as I said, Wolves were really good on Bind last previous confrontation. So if it goes to a decider map, I would be a bit scared if I was XLG. Although XLG did pick Abyss that Wolves did lose yesterday, so I think there is a bit of an idea here. But it's still very early in the season, so it's kind of hard to really know what map is a strong map for a team. I think they're still trying to get some clues and try their strategy, but I cannot wait to see Brit.
And we kind of have to talk about what currently the most meta teams are playing on Breeze. It's mainly a mixture of like a double controller comp of Yoru. That's something we see most of the times with like Viper, Omen, Yoru as the core that you're having, and then building something around that, depending if you want to go more defensively oriented or if you want to go more attack side oriented. Then you might have a Jet in there, you might have a Cypher in there for some more utility pieces. I can also see on a map like Breeze maybe getting out the chamber once again, because you have some very cool angles to teleport out, and checking all of those corners is something that you don't really tend to do so meticulously on Breeze, especially with the map being so huge, right? But we would see the veto coming over with, like, as I said, main core of double controller, Yoru, and the Sova. Only change here is like veto on the side of Wolves and a no man on the Jet for XLG.
It's just started and we already have some good show coming up towards us, and yes, I'm very happy to see Yosemite. We can see a very different strategy. In XLG they're playing the double duelist, so it will be Yoru and Jet on Norman and Raga. This should be a good map for them. Also, we're seeing the Viper of Happy Way, so I could not be happier.
Yes, Sam, I couldn't be happier as well. I love the Viper of Happy Way. I think, in general, Breeze gives us very strict limitations of what agents you can play here, right? As we already talked about, like 4 agents are basically locked, and the rest is like building a comp around what you are trying to do. And I think with the more sentinel-oriented type of play, then you have a more of a defensive structure in there. But Veto, you can't really underestimate what Veto can do, because in some ways he's similar to Chamber. It's both those fighting sentinels that want to hold the fight also with like their own aiming performance, and you need to be a strong shooter to play on those agents. But some of our questions will be answered within the next few minutes. Wolves are facing XLG in the first match of the VCT China Stage 1 champion. The disappointments of champs are long behind us, and the VCT at China is back. We will be here on Breeze.
The game is finally starting between these two teams, and I think this is the first Breeze, I think, on VCT China, so a new start for everyone here.
And they're playing Veto alone on A side at Wolves. Really trying to force their way into elbow right now. Noman has an angle there. Might have to shot by Sufet. Great frag, great start into the run for Wolves. And numbers advantage, especially on Breeze, is something that you don't want to face against you. 4 players stuck in main there of XLG, and they can't really re-clear elbow, need to use some utility into those angles.
They're trying to rotate under, they will face Spring. Some information is gained again. The rotation of Wolves is very good. We can see that they're all here around XLG. Where can they go right now?
Might be trying to re-hit onto that B side, because you haven't spotted the Veto yet. You might be aware that he's on A, but there's a double entry from Raga. Just running over to the side. Nice flash at the third one. Going over towards middle. Raga just pulling XLG out of the slumps in that round. It's just the 2 backside players. Raga with a 4th one. And do we have an ace in the first map? No, Lyser steals it. No man is feeling his teammates. Jumping up into that first round, a 4K, a double entry to find damage on the side. And XLG is up 1-0.
Is there a better way to start a match, I think, in VALORANT? I'm not sure. I was wondering just how would they take this side, because Wolf really knew where they were, but the double kill, I mean, what do you want to do against this? After that, it was just moving forward easily for XLG, and they finally took this pistol round.
That's a very good answer for what you're trying to do there. Just hit lol. Just hit the headshot. But yeah, Raga porting out of that situation. Don't wanna deal with the push of Wolves. Sufet getting an ultimate orb, but a little bit of damage from Leo. Raga trying to fight back into middle. A little bit of a slower approach to the game from XLG right now.
Yeah, Wolves also did a quite different choice. They are almost all on A, so it was kind of a bet, and it didn't really pay off for now, because we can see that XLG is actually on the other side of the map. They're getting checked by Raga, which stayed in mid, but the rest of the team definitely will take the space on B.
Yeah, the gamble stack over towards A. Slight overset from Wolves, but you know, sometimes you have to do that, especially like against those very heavily equipped rounds. 50 deficit. Raga, the timing might be a little bit rough for him, because if there comes a rotation for double door, they will spot Raga up in nest. He's already passed through towards spawn. Might reunite with his team.
He just wants to show us how the new map is looking, right? It's checking, sees nobody in spawn. Yeah, everyone from Wolves is actually mid. They're gonna be seen right now. The double kill from Raga again. When will it stop?
Yeah, Autumn finding a kill as well, but it's only Constellation. Sufet all on his own. Needs to get one more gun out of the game. Then this round is actually fairly successful for Wolves. Up until now, only the Marshal and the Ghost gotten out of the game, so this next buy will be a huge one over from XLG. They might look at a great bonus round, especially with the low investments of Raga and Happyway coming into that situation. The double kill is just like very well played.
He doesn't hesitate 1 second, and he finds the double kill. As you said, I think the bonus is gonna be good, and yes, we can see that they have a lot of weapons. It will be hard for Wolves to take this first home round. You will have to have a good strategy there.
It's basically a full buy. Like, with the way that XLG tried to utilize the economy here, that's basically a full buy. They're leaving Raga alone on that A side because Yoru as an agent, you normally don't associate with faking oversights. Great teleport. Interesting strategy. I mean, they're playing like both of their very defensive agents over towards A. That's the hardest side to fight on defense. Raga, early ultimate in round 3, trying to make this bonus round work for XLG. A lot of space taken, fighting into that backside, but Sufet and Jova already there. A triple kill for Jova on the players coming onto the side. Raga in 1 versus 3, all on his own. Position has been tracked. 84 HP on him. Sufet is low. Both players have to rotate fast over to the B side to stop the onslaught of Raga. 1 versus 3 might be too much to ask from him.
This one is gonna be a bit difficult, I fear, for Raga. He tried his best, but probably will not be enough. He still have 30 seconds, maybe at least planting the spike. That will still be some credits. But he's gonna try to find the duel. The first one is here, but he lost some HP. Only 21 left, and 2 players standing. And Sufat will find him first.
Yeah, Sufet just waiting for the reload. At some point, it has to come. Great play from Raga, especially getting out 3 guns in that situation. The economy of Wolves wasn't that great to start with, but what Jova here is doing is God's work at this point.
It's gonna be, as you said, economically, it's a good round for XLG because it was their bonus and they killed 3 players. So it's gonna make a little bit of a toll on the Wolves' economy. They will still be able to buy, but it's starting to get a bit difficult.
Just with a Guardian there. First 1v1 and Autumn wins it. The raid boss out of the equation. They're not playing Dark Souls anymore on the Wolves side, but just a normal game of Valorant because the final boss is out of the equation. And now it's over to the A side with a split hit for XLG. The A side overall very hard to retake. Once you're on that side, it's very, very rough to play a defensive hold here.
As especially with Viper, you can really lock out the side, and they're going in, they're trying, but the defense from Wolves is really good. Double kill from the 2 players on site, and the entrance has been denied.
Entry denied. If it behind the pyramid, isn't aware on Happy Way maybe? Might be a great timing, but no spike inside Lysor, able to trade against his former teammate. Now in a 1 versus 3. Needs to really step up in those situations.
The crossfire is very hard, and the spike is down on the side with Sufat there, so not many chances for Lizor to come and take it.
This one should be fairly impossible. 16 seconds on the clock. Just save that weapon, bring it into the next round. Wolves will be able to full buy nonetheless. So just take it over. A second round for Wolves. And what I've been trying to talk about is like that overall structure of the A side of Breeze right now. Like the changes make it so that you have to run in like infinite crossfires. Especially if you're on the defense and you have an undermanned retake, going onto that A side is very, very rough. Late into the round. So most teams currently tend to overload the A side on the defense because the B side is much more retakeable compared to its counterpart, and that's what we probably will see here over the course of the entire game as well. Always 2 or 3 people over to the A side and be more of an undermanned situation.
For now, it's definitely the case. Yes, we can see that they are really invested to keep this A side. The first kill is taken by Raga, but it's an eco round for XLG, so it's gonna be difficult to find other kills during the round.
Yeah, Raga making a very good start to the round, but Happy Way moved to trade in the end. So we're back to square one. Drone over to the side. trying to catch up to veto as well. The utility is there, so not the easiest of all side executes, but Noman has the gun. Raga as well. It's a very aggressive fight, and Noman! First frag for him, Jova able to trade. Numbers are even again, Raga not good enough on the sniper.
He misses. This is a very important duel that has been won by Jova. Now they have this this presence in the backside, and you have to be paranoid on the side of XLG. They did plant the spike, but now you have to defend. You only have pistols against 3 players. You do not have a lot to play with here.
Makes another one, and also the player upwards on the wall. Goes down a quadra from Jova, the new addition to Wolves. Makes his presence and his name known. A 4K for him. The second round, he basically solo carries for the Wolfpack.
We can see that definitely the energy is shifting, right? The pistol was very convincing from XLG, but now Wolves are getting back into this game and they are putting the scores on 3 rounds in a row, and they do not look like they will stop.
Yeah, and can we talk about the fact that Jova was playing on a tier 2 NA team back in the last year, being nearly last place in Challengers NA, now going to the VCT China and absolutely showing off. Like, this man and the evolution he's done in Wolves practice squads is something to look out for. Jova making his presence known early into that Breeze matchup, and XLG forced to take a timeout, forced to reassess their entire situation.
I think it's a much needed break. We can see that they've been struggling. Out of 3 rounds, they've been able to plant the spike only once, which is not really a good sign. When you're on attack, you want to be a bit more aggressive, have a bit more of control. You can lose the round, obviously, but you want to at least go to post plant and be able to play your game. So the coach actually trying to get some information across to his player is probably a good idea.
You're saying it. It's a lot of new input that you need, especially on a map like Breeze. That is new in our pool.
It's a bold choice to choose this map because it's still quite early in the season, and you're kind of still trying to see and discover what is the best strategy.
I think like a lot of teams figured out what they want to do right now on that map. And, you know, especially for Wolves, in that situation that they're in, it might be a good choice to do something out of the box. No man, starting that round off great. Operator doesn't quite fight the trade frag, and now we're in a situation that we talked about. Infinite crossfires over to that A side with the Viper, hard to retake. It's sort of like those Inferno holds in other games. Lysor finds the first kill. Sufet able at least to trade this one back. Lysor is low. An aggressive push over from Noman. The double doors play might be great, and Noman has the timing behind Orange. Lysor and him holding this one in the crossfire in the end. Noman standing up, showing that he's still here to fight against this Wolf squad.
And all it took was a Viper wall, right? They managed to go through in the site, and when they took that first kill, then they had this place stronghold on the A side. And as you said earlier in this game, it's very hard to retake. We've seen here that Wolves didn't manage to make it this time. They will have probably other times to try this, but at least the timeout worked for XLG.
Yeah, I think having a refocus onto that A side is something I want to see from XLG. That's the overall sense of more Breeze structured gameplay, that you're trying to get that A side, that you're trying to establish those post plant holds. Noman out of the game early on. Fighting into that side is gonna be very, very hard.
We're being victorious on the S side now. XLG is trying to go back to B. It's very well defended. We can see 2 players are already forward and one is not very far. The first kill is taken, second comes in. And now it's up to XLG to kind of find the revenge. Jawai is here in the backside. We will find Lizor. And it looks good for Wolves.
Jova has a gun. Suddenly it's a 2 versus 4, but Jova in a very awkward position. The veto strikes gold there on the fight against Happyway, and it's just Leo, just a new IGL for XLG. 1 versus 4. Would be a moment in history for you in your first real VCT China game, but Spring finds the kill in the end. Wolves is up 4-3 once again. The only kill on Noman is the neckbreaker here for XLG in the end.
Wolves are really good at defending this B side. We can see that XLG do not manage to find the first kill. The entries, they are kind of stuck in the entry of the site and are not able to move forward to clear a big enough space so that the players can be a bit safe. And it's a real issue for their B strategy right now.
And I really want to see like a refocus from XLG on late hits A. Because Wolves are always very fast in going over to that B side. They really want to catch the execute off guard and have an early flood onto the side. And I really want to have like more of a later hit and playing around the lurk of Happyway towards that A side. Because once you have that, in my opinion, it's gonna be a much harder game for Wolves to play around. No man on the ultimate. Has a stinger if it comes to a close range fight. Again, focus over to the A side. Happyway playing the lurk in main.
Fortunately, they don't find any players with this kunai. So Norman will have to wait a little bit to have a chance to take a life of Wolves, and they're gonna try and start looking on the A sides, but there are 3 players on the defense and 1 is already on the right side of the Viper wall.
So much utility, but Raga finds the Astra in the execute. All of the players are golden for XLG, but that execute is absolutely great. And for the remaining 2 Wolves players, honestly, just keep those weapons, go next round. You don't find a 2 versus 5 execute into that side. Like, miracles would be needed from a Spring and Josemite.
As so little damage has been done, you have absolutely no hope of finding the 2v5. You cannot do anything. As you said, they have to wait for the next round. And I'm just amazed at how, from the previous one, we go to this one. The B attack was a bit shaky from XLG. And here it's just a perfect execution. Even with the defense that was completely ready with 3 players and Astra's utilities, they still don't manage to find a single kill.
I mean, Raga finds sort of a bullshit kill there on the side. Worth a little bit of a spam through that smoke. But, you know, you have to be aware that something like this always can... Oh, never mind, he was on the side. I just saw the Euro clone, my bad. But yeah, with Raga being, like, in that 1v1 situation, that side breaks open so easily. And once you get the first frag on the A side defender, it's a very straightforward execute and, as I said, a very rough retake over to the side of Wolves. So I would like to see more late aggression into A, trying to set up Raga there. It's a triple stack from Wolves. Just the Astra on the B side.
A lot of presence on the A side. XLG didn't see the 3 players, so they don't really know. They're still a bit hesitant on this B side, but they do have the advantage. Only the Astra is here. Yova will be tested and unfortunately will not stand his ground. This time XLG find the entry, find the opening in the defense of Wolves in this B side, and they're able to plant a spike and put the Viper's pit.
And it's either you're investing the Euro ultimate from Autumn right now, or this one is another save probably. Like, playing against that Viper's pit can be really hard. An unmanned unit, and Autumn just trying to get a sneaky movement in that situation, but falls to Lysor Raga. Another kill for him as well, and 1 by 1 the Wolves players are getting picked off. XLG is back into the lead. Raga is just doing Raga things on that map.
He just moved forwards and never stopped. This man is unstoppable. He's on a roll in this game. There was not many other things to do for Wolves, unfortunately, on the retake, because there was the Viper Speed and they lost the Cosmic Divide because Yoav was down. So they tried to stick around and see if they could find some lucky pick to set up a potential retake, but it did not happen. XLG are definitely back in this game, and Wolves feels the same because it's their time to put a timeout.
Yeah, Wolves needs to get some more defensive structuring up in there. Like, for me personally, I'm still debating whether Breeze is more of an attack or more of a CT map right now. Beforehand, with the big holds, it was basically impossible to play defense here, right? You were happy with a 9 and 3, but now it's much more of a balanced map to play around with. Even though the attack has some edges, still, right? Map is still huge. But still contemplating what we are expecting to see out of the map long term.
What's interesting also is that XLG are playing the double duelist, so they should be very strong on this attack. And maybe it could be a bit more difficult on the defense or push them to be more offensive, either before the spike is planted or after in the retake. But it will be a very different strategy on the side because it's a different lineup.
But still, I mean, you're having the Euro, and when you're having the Euro, then it's always impossible angles to push. You're trying to get yourself into situations where people don't expect you to be. Always something you can play around. You can be very, very aggressive also on your defense here. And we are seeing this from Wolves as well. 3 players up towards elbow, all of them spotted by the drone.
Roman has actually infiltrated. There are 3 players there. I don't think he's expecting this one. And one is also in his back, and he has the spike. This can be a bit difficult here.
But Raga, the timing is perfect. Leo falling down.
Never mind.
Shooting down Jova. Yeah, it's the Raga show. Why are we here? To watch an exceptional player do exceptional things. Raga, not a triple kill for him. The timing is perfect. And Wolves were too focused on that mid-fight, but don't really commit to it 100%. It's sort of a mixed attention part.
Yeah, he finally giggled. After so many kills, we can see a bit of a smile on his face. Definitely a huge round once again on his side. Triple kill. Even he doesn't believe it.
Yeah, as I said, Raga is just doing Raga things. 17 and 6 in 10 rounds. It's just a normal Tuesday for him. Next ultimate coming up for the Euro, combined with the Sova ult and an Astra stun. This one is a death sentence for Jova. But Autumn able to trade this one back. Spring also from CT. Finds the numbers advantage for that Wolf squad. Autumn, great information on the ultimate. You know where the spike's planted right now, but Lysor, trade off against Spring. You want to get into the window. Still an operator in the hands of Autumn. Oh, but kill missed.
The chance for Lizora to strike back, and it takes it. This is very important because now the numbers advantage is in favor of XLG.
Yeah, they really need to find a quick retake here over to the side of Wolves, but Raga and Lysor, they put a dagger into the heart of Lysor's former team. All hopes of an even spread at halftime gone for the side of Wolves, and Raga just puts the nail in the coffin here right now. This player doing exceptional things once again. A triple from Lysor makes this one even more of a strong round for Wolves. And you're seeing it. XLG are feeling themselves.
Yeah, after a shaky start, but since the timeout, it's really, they've been on a roll, like a lot of rounds going their way. They're feeling very much stronger on their attack and how they approach the site. Wolf seem to be struggling to find a solution against them. This time they choose to lock up B-side with Viper Speed, which could force XLG in a position where Wolves have the advantage.
But no man has a double in middle all of a sudden. Autumn and Sulfate both down. The middle hold, the split of the map destroyed a neckbreaker for the hold that Wolves were trying to set up. They were trying to push them into either the Astra side or Spring on the Viper Spit. And with Spring getting owned as well. That's gonna be such a hard feat for Wolf to pull this one off. 2 versus 5 retake with just an Astra. And the veto, 19 frags! Raga, are you kidding me?
I don't know what he's doing, but he's definitely doing it well. There is no question about it. Way we try to find a new kill, but will be denied. It's still a huge advantage on the side of XLG. I think Wolves are going to try because it's the last round of the side, so you have no choice. Guys, second kill for Yosemite, so maybe a miracle could happen. The third kill for Yosemite, it's a 1v2, but will be denied. Leo is here. The new IGL will take the 8th round in this first half.
A little bit of a trolling taking place there from XLG. Trying to take too many 1 versus 1 duels, but it's a 2 versus 5. As you already said, very hard to pull off in a situation like this. Viper Spit going down from Spring. I'm not really 100% sure why he puts this one down. I think he expects the fight from middle, but still it gives you some more protection. And if you're not looking into the angle where the Viper Spit falls down, then yeah, fighting into middle is very, very rough to pull off.
The Viper Speed definitely became a sort of a prison after they lost the 2 players in the middle because he was alone in the entry of the side. So I think that was what he thought. If I stay in, they can just come at 4 and kill me because they know I'm in there. So he tried to go out, but yes, he was a bit maybe too confident about the fact that they would all come through middle and was catch kind of by surprise, so was not able to find a kill, which is a bit of a shame and maybe didn't set up success for the rest of the round for Wolves. That's an 8-4, very strong score in the half.
Yeah, and as this is a broadcast mainly hosted from EMEA, we obviously have a tech pause here. At 8 and 4 in the halftime. I imagine it might have something to do with Spring, because that Viper's hit play seemed very, very weird. Like him standing in that corner without any vision towards main and trying to fight against middle seemed a little bit off for me personally, and yeah, it might just be an issue of this one.
I think Wolves can really bring it back on the side change. This will definitely change the energy, and we saw that XLG struggled a little bit in the early rounds, so it could come back after the side change. What is a bit worrying for Wolf is that they used their timeout and it didn't really work. They didn't manage to find new rounds after it. So this is a bit worrying, I think.
We can use the tech pause for a little bit of something else. If you are a VCT China fan, by the way, and if you want to join a growing community of VCT China fans over here in like the Western Hemisphere of Valorant, then you can just then you just can look and ask for a Discord in our Twitch and YouTube chat. Just join there. A lot of people starting to yap about what's happening in the VCT China, the Project Horizon community growing. So if you want to join there, as I said, if you want to meet some people who are also into watching this league, then yeah, just join our Discord for the time being. Join the Project Horizon community around all of this. We are all there as well. If you wanna yap with us or be like, hey yo, that take was very bad, Akamask, then you can just tell me on Discord.
I remember on the second match of the third day, Akamask said something that was very, very wrong. He should not be able to to cast, obviously. That's what we always want to hear as casters. But we have the best take on Project Horizon. I've never heard anything that was wrong.
I think if you're on Project Horizon, you can't be wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah.
There's a buff.
Yeah. We have Magnum, our lovely producer, in our voice chat. That's always a buff for me personally. But yeah, going back to that matchup, this pistol round coming up for Wolves is gonna be do or die. If you lose out on this one, it's gonna be such a huge deficit, and Breeze isn't that attacker-sided anymore that you can just go down 10-4 and still expect to win the map, because the room for error, especially with a team that's so newly built, then just gets too slim. Like, the margin for where you can take off a wrong turn would get too slim to really come back and claw yourself back into the matchup. And losing out on Breeze after their not very good performance on Abyss yesterday against a much weaker team, in my opinion, than XLG, doesn't give me a lot of hope for Wolves going into map 2. So this one is going to be very important coming up. This overall pistol. If you lose out, this might be already it for your upper bracket run.
I agree. I think that Abyss can be a bit scary for Wolves. We don't know yet, and them neither. What does XLG look like on this map? So maybe they picked it because they saw that Wolves lost and they saw what was wrong in the strategy, so they know that they can counter it. But still, Wolves could win it. It's not certain that XLG is actually very strong on Abyss yet, but I think you still have a bit of worry in your mind if you go 0-1 in the first map on the side of Wolves. What is good also is that it's a triple elimination, so you have 3 chances. You can lose 2 times, which will give them kind of time to build and find a good synergy in this new roster.
And I mean, the teams in the middle bracket are all very, very beatable for Wolves. Except from FunPlus Phoenix. And I don't really know why FunPlus Phoenix is there in the first place, because TYL destroying FunPlus Phoenix in their first matchup wasn't on my bingo card for 2026. I'm gonna be honest on this one. But I am sorry to the entire TYL fandom, because I really underestimated what they bring to the table. We will see them later playing against... No, we're not seeing them later playing against... Oh, we will see them playing later against Edward Gaming. So, stay tuned for this one if that matchup here is already over. But still, you kind of have to sort yourself out on a situation like this for Wolves, and them going into the lower bracket, into the middle bracket, isn't what you really expect from them, right? This is not what Wolves really wants in the end. They want to go to Santiago. That's like the entire build-up for the season for them. And clinching a top 3 spot would be very impactful.
Definitely, I think it will really set up something good in this VCT Kickoff, because this is the first step in a good year. That's where you try to find a good place, you try to show what you're capable of going into stage 1 and then stage 2. But we also seen some teams that struggled in Kickoff last year and then did amazing thing the rest of the year. So it's still the first pre-stage where you touch the water, feel the water, and try to find where you stand in this league.
I think NRG is the perfect example for that. Like, they had a really rough kickoff, and over the course of the year just got better and better until they ended up world champions. If one of those teams are able to clinch a spot at the World Championship or become world champions, we will see the first step to this one after a short break, because that tech pause takes a little bit longer than we are expecting. So just stay tuned. We will be back in a minute.
I get this feeling in my chest. Don't want to say that I'm obsessed. Your body's left my mind on red. Forgive me, but I must confess. I got this feeling in my chest. Don't want to say that your body's like this silhouette. Living in my mind, they know it. Did you know? On your feet right next to me, come on. On your feet right next to me.
That's the wrong OBS scene, Magnum. And we're back with the VCT China with
Welcome back.
Magnum is just doing Magnum things. Yeah, we had to re-roll the round because apparently two of the Wolves players DC'd on that situation. That explains a lot for me personally, because whatever Spring was doing with that Viper's Pit was very, very confusing to me. The new build-up for XLG and Noman? What's the second head there?
Definitely explain what you talked about with the Viper's Pit. So not now. Wolves have the second chance to find the fifth round in this first half. It's a bit annoying, obviously, for XLG because you have to do it all over again. But they've been so prolific on this attack side that they can definitely do in Watts again. And it's gonna be a try on this A side with a strong defense, 3 player. Last time it wasn't enough to defend.
Yeah, and Draga has the first fight over to their Spring in the backside, finds the spike! In that center situation, Raga will trade. Viper Split's coming up immediately after the spike has been dropped, and Raga finds Spring! This man, what can't he do? Save that with a trade. 3 versus 3 situation on that spot, but only small weapons on Jova. Sufet's trying to take a timing there, but doesn't find the kill. A little bit too aggressive from him, and happy way for Snowman. It's just too strong of a duo. It might be a new round, but the same outcome for XLG in the end. We don't have the clutch of a year from Jova. From the depths of Tier 2 North American Valorant.
Can still
To
be
the VCT
down.
China.
No! He picked up the Vandal, but it was not enough. XLG doing it again. They take the 8th round for the second time, and now you have to acknowledge that they do get out to attack Breeze.
And now Wolves have to show us what this veto comp can do on attack side Breeze. Right, that's now the important part for them, that they show off what they can do. This is such a great start from Spring, but then Raga finds a timing of like the year.
And he had like 5 HP also, so he managed to find his kills without being 1 feet in the ground.
What I think this is our life now. I think it's our life now to commentate round number 12 from Wolves versus Chilai. This is, we will be stuck in a time loop forever and ever and ever. I apologize greatly to anyone in the Twitch chat having to notice another tech pause, because I have been cursed ever since moderating a 7-hour tech pause at the VALORANT DACH finals. Like, it has been a very traumatic experience for my entire life, and ever since that day, I've been cursed with having a tech pause everywhere I go, and I can't.
7 hours! Was it in the studio?
It was it was at the studio venue, yes.
Yeah. At this point, I think you start to lose your mind, trying to do some weird imitation and eat some bananas. I don't know.
You know what the worst part was for me personally? We had to moderate for a 7-hour tech pause. I was at home at 3 AM and had to be in the venue at 9 the next day for moderating the Queen's final.
Perfect.
That was
I think that's what we all love.
That's what was a very great weekend for me personally. I think ever since then I'm just cursed with having a tech pause in every broadcast. Magnum enjoys really working with me in those situations.
We're gonna keep you no matter what on Project Horizon, right? So you're fine, I think, for now. Not getting benched yet.
For now, it's okay. The tech pause goes longer than an hour. Magnum is just gonna throw.
I have my word, so to measure time. So, sure, yeah.
How are you doing, chat? I hope you had a wonderful day.
I love tech posts in the chat because Caster can yap about stupid stuff that they don't care about. So I think that's their most favorite.
Is very not entertained. Don't do that, no man. Don't do that, no man. Like there is another person on the other side of that matchup that has a biceps that's larger than my head. So you shouldn't do that.
He can try and see if his opponent responds. Is it still the same issue then? Were there again some technical?
If we have another reroll, then I'm gonna be so sad.
Even for the teams, that's kind of a difficult thing for XLG because you won, you reroll, you manage to win again,
and then you reroll.
Then you have to go. Yeah, it starts to be difficult mentally.
Yeah. We reroll until Wolves win that round.
Okay, this is a different issue. I think that should be managed by the appropriate authority. So apparently there was a sign that said, what do you want for the new year? Because it's almost Chinese New Year. Do you know the precise date?
I'm not aware. Maybe someone in the chat knows. Yeah, but what are your expectations going into that New Year, Concord? Do you have any goals?
Casting a lot, obviously. Yeah, regarding esports, I would love that an EMEA team wins champions this year. That would be good. And I would love to cast a lot of esports still in Project Horizon. I'm really enjoying being part of this VCT China stuff. So that's good. And you, are you wishing for something?
I want a VCT China team that's not EDG to win champs.
Oh.
I know that's a very specific request, but
I mean, you can ask for whatever you want.
And I have some person. But yeah, casting a lot is also my bingo card, so you know. Glad to be back in VCT China, and Yeah, we like, if you haven't figured it out, for all the people who are new to the chat in the past few minutes, wolves we're still experiencing attack pause. I think it has something to do with the wolf side and gear going out of the equation, but my beautiful producer just told me that we're gonna have a little break and we'll be back in a few seconds for you to resume the matchup. We will have some information afterwards and have a good one. Take something to drink, take some popcorn. It will be a banger in the second half as well.
Get it.
If you catch my drift. Next to me, come on. Feet right next to me, come on.
secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, love when you're ready. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced. No debate, we could take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes. Yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm? Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the red is red. Got the hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how will you know? You better watch out, my
There is a game and no reroll, my friends. I hope you had an interesting tech pause. Why aren't those numbers adding up to 100%? Why is it 98% on the classic votes? I shouldn't think too much. But yeah, Wolves on the attack. They're trying to fight their way into elbow. The same start as the pistol round just mirrored. And it's gonna be a B-side execute for them. Probably.
And now they have to warm up a little bit again because the tech pause was a bit long for both teams. You have to get back into the game. Leo will take the first kill, giving a little bit of an advantage to XLG's defense.
A little bit of a good start. Just Might has huge problems right now in the over... Oh my god. Is it the... Okay, he's moving back. But Just Might has some huge problems on that map up until now. Not really getting into his rhythm. Overall, Wolves just not really showing the level of creativity that they have shown in their third place split in their Toronto run. Leo gets another kill from middle. A double for him there on the blocks. Just the two backside players now up and running for Wolves, and it seems to be destined that XLG also wins the pistol round. Absolutely impactful for them to close out here. And with a 9-4 lead, we're going into an economically great situation for the XLG lineup.
What I really like here is that we see the new duo, Laser and Leo, being the strong players that defend this side together and show that they do have their place on this roster, that they work well with the rest of XLG. It was really well played. They completely locked up the site, even though Astra tried to put some smoke, but it was not enough.
It was not enough indeed for Wolves. On that execute, it's Raga. Time. A little bit of a bigger gun, taking the Outlaw to the fight. A lot of utility, no scope from Raga on the entry. Perks out behind the wall. A lot of space between him and the Wolf pack. Still trying to hold on to that round, trying to fight on that side, but Raga has another double kill. Jova only able to get one back. Leon not able to replicate his play from the last round, but Happyway is there to make the full house happen and destroy that A-side execute from Wolves. You see the smile on the faces for the XLG players. Raga, what a play from him.
The snipers really were the weapon of the round this time. We can see that he's happy. We can see Raga, he has been so calm and concentrated, and now we can see him smile. It's so cool, and I think it deserves to smile because really he's doing an amazing game. 23-8. That's just unbelievable. He has more than 10 kills than the next player.
Yeah, I think we are nearing a situation where Raga has more kills than all of Wolves combined. He's just doing right. It's just Raga things in the end of the day. Spring. Wait, a little bit of a fight there, and another oversight Happyway. What? Are you kidding? Pushing through an Astro Smoke, the audacity to go into that angle and then to get a double kill. XLG is just doing things to Wolves. I'm not quite sure. We're in the morning. I'm not quite sure if we're allowed to show something like this on our stream.
It's so amazing what XLG are offering now. 10-4 already, and Happyway tries this kind of move on the bonus round. And Wolves now with 3 players and only 30 seconds left to play the round. What do? They will decide to go on the A side, but it's kind of a lost round. You will have to be perfect, find the kill, find the headshot directly. The drone will gain from some information, but the rotation then will arrive.
Yeah, I think Wolves doesn't even take the execute. Don't even take the execute. Spring is in an awkward angle. Might be taken out by Happyway, but that double kill just destroyed all of the hopes that Wolves had. Spring needs to do a little bit of a miracle here to even survive that round. Happyway a triple. And it's absolutely crazy what Wolves are going through, and Shilai just one step ahead all of the time. We will see it in the replay. Happyway,
What?
you are just built different.
Yeah, you show this twice because we really need
show
more
all this
time.
10
Let's go
10 more
four times the
times,
charm. This is an amazing plan. He really offered the round to XLG here. What do you want to do after? You lose 2 players to a sheriff right at the beginning. It must be so heartbreaking for Wolf. They're really struggling here. Only 4 rounds on their side.
Why is he so angry with this team? They're up 11-4. Why is he so angry? Shilai is showing very good Valorant right now, and especially those aiming performances are from another planet. What Raga and Happyway are doing on that map is exceptionally good, and I think if that transitions throughout the entire year, we have some very good foundations here for Shilai. The tactical standpoint on the attack was also very solid.
Yes, definitely. It took some time for them to feel comfortable really on the attack, but then they really delivered. The 7 rounds was very confident on their side, and they're starting to show that it's the same on the defense for now. mark this bonus round. There will be a force buy on the side of Wolves because it's almost the end of the game. The Outlaw is here again in the hands of Raga. 3 small shields on the side of Wolves. This could be a lot of damage.
One more chance for Wolves. One more buy. Nothing else they can really take out. No options for lone depose. 11 and 4. Returning this to a 12-1 for Shilai is gonna be so rough for Wolves to come back into that matchup. And it seems like Wolves they don't really know where to execute right now. Like Jova still in the window, over to the B side, the rest oriented more towards A, and if the smoke drops in middle, then the Wolves might have a problem. Leo fully stunned! An entry frag that might deny Wolves a lot of the coverage. Jova trades back into the B side player, and now the B side might be opened.
I don't know this,
Wolves wanna take a
unfortunately.
rotation there.
Yes, so they will try to find this A side because they don't know they dropped the only B players, but the rotation from XLG is actually going on the other side of the map. They want to check that nothing fishy is happening there. And they will offer some time to Wolves. One player, that's Leo, on the side with a lot of Wolves player in this main entrance. A smoke will come to cover him. We can see the recon, so he knows that they're coming in. He's flashed. Can he find one? He find one, but Soya Spring on the other side. They completely destroy XLG. It's a 1v1 final between Spring and Happy Way, but there's no time to plant the spike. You have to kill him. And he does. Happy Way with the 4th kill. XLG are definitely feeling themselves.
Happy Way, why are you fighting there? He has 3 seconds left, the spike is dropped, and he still takes that swing.
I think that's why the coach was not happy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy as well if I would have been a coach. At this point in time, he spotted him. Just try to hide. Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Raga is on an operator. That's an interesting change. The one-way trying to be thrown is more of a LeBron one. For Norman, a little bit of chaos here right now, but Norman finds an entry. Wolves are just running against the wall. Not a single attacker around 1 for them to start off the second half. Oh man, doesn't quite find the target.
But at least he gains information. I've seen the 3 players, so he knows that they're here. Raga not missing the operator shots. Too fat falls. 3 players standing for Wolves to stay alive in this game.
And the first breeze of the VCT China 2026 season might fall onto the hands of our split 1 champion. Spring awkward position. You still have the flexible smokes on Jova, but you don't really want to invest a star into this one.
Their position from XLG is pretty back. They really want to be safe and kind of greet Wolves when they came.
It's a B-fake, Lysor has the information, and there are still a lot of the Wolves players stuck here over to that A side. Leo finds a kill into Jova. The operator is there on the side as well. You need to fight this one a little bit more forward, but the spike has been dropped once again. Raga, another kill, 10 seconds. Awkward timing for Spring. Needs to find Raga there, and he ports himself out. No time. Nothing as the room for the Wolves, because Raga is running away. 25 kills for him. And after some wild tech pause back and forth, XLG are winning that first map of the day. They're beating the Wolves 13-4, and yeah, Wolves can't be happy with that sort of a result. Abyss is the next map coming up, and with those aim performances from XLG, it's a little bit of a far stretch to expect Wolves to bounce back here.
I'm happy for XLG that they did not lose this momentum after the huge tech pause that we had. It could have been the case, but they completely crushed Wolves in this second half. No chance for them. What a strong map. And now I think other team are going to fear XLG on Breeze. They will think a little bit before selecting this map.
Yeah, in the end, you don't really have the data to fight around this one. Raga is just absolutely doing Raga things here for that XLG side. Like did he get some kill fully flashed? There
Probably.
as well as
Can
something
happen.
else.
It was a bit tricky at the end though. Wolves almost got the round. But we see again how huge Raga was in this game. I don't remember exactly how many kills he had at the end, but it was over 25 definitely. Yes, so a very strong performance. Only 16 rounds because it's 12-4. Huge from him. And yes, if he stays in this form for the entirety of the year, it's XLG is gonna be definitely a team to be scared of.
Yeah, definitely. And I would love to see XLG perform well on international soil, because when they left China, it was always rough. There weren't really any insane performances from them outside of their own region. And with the with the switches, with the new additions to the team, they might bring some more international experience into it. I really want to see what they're doing on international soil now with the new roster, with some new switches over there.
It would be so cool, yes, to see a team from China at least to be able to find some result in the international stage. Last year, Wolves did place first in Masters, so it was a start.
We have some voice comms from XLG players to listen to.
Carrot sides. I'm coming. I just playing inside. Okay. I'm playing inside your ult. It's good, holding playing. Okay, Simon taking smoke. I follow your CT, okay? I will hold your front. I will hold your behind. Okay, I can help you tunnel. So Simon taking smoke. I will hold your behind.
One tunnel. Veto tunnel.
I hold your behind now. Raga. Just care front. I'm holding flank, guys. I got flank. I got one play, long, guys, long behind you. Yeah, nice.
Sova city.
Nice! Come on! Let's go!
好的，也是恭喜
400 ACS nearly for Raga. What a performance from him. Bringing us into a great start for the VCT China and for especially that Trilai lineup.
I think I have to do something with my
Reset
light,
your
but I will do
lighting.
this in the break. So for now, I will be in the darkness. Sorry. The sun has come out. We can talk about the game, which is much more interesting, and we see where Raga was the most lethal in this game, and definitely it was on the B side. Very strong aggression on the attack side.
I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of heat maps all of the time, because I think they're not telling the entire story, especially for a Euro player who is so flexible with his ports. But yeah, Raga's focused more towards the B side overall. The 400 ACS is something we have to mention. That's absolutely crazy. Doing this on a VCT level, you see the grid over there. This is just something else from Raga. Exceptional player. Exceptionally strong in holding together that Chilai lineup, and as long as Raga is there, you always have to look out for what Chilai is doing.
It's so impressive to be able to give this kind of performance in the first match of your year. It's the beginning of the season, the meta changed, the map of Breeze changed, and he still is able to be so strong and deliver such a good performance, carry his team to victory. Really impressive from this player.
I mean, Raga doesn't care. Raga just cares about shooting heads off his opponents. 44% headshot rate, especially also with the operator, is just something to look out for. And Wolves never stood a chance in that matchup, if we're going to be honest, right? After losing that pistol round, it was just an overall dominant performance and showing from XLG as a whole. If Raga did not frag, it was like Happy Way or Leo with some great performances. Snowman a little bit left behind, but I think in the context of what they were doing, that's absolutely fine and nothing to really criticize. Chilai is just taking off where they stopped in China in the last year, and bringing stuff like this to the table is madly impressive from me personally.
One thing that we didn't talk about is we talked a little bit about the veto in the Argent Select, but in the end, I think it didn't really work out.
Completely non-factor at this point. I think if you're playing veto, it needs to be a tad more aggressive. You have to TP out, you need to have a little bit more of a space taking. The veto plus Eurocomp enables you normally to take a lot of space to get into angles where other players can't thrive. And in this case, they didn't really utilize the veto at all. Like, I don't have a single veto hold in mind that I'm personally impressed with. I think if you're Wolves, you either need to reassess why you're playing the veto, or you need to switch up the agent choice. Because that did not work out at all.
As definitely it was not the result that we would have liked to see from the veto. It could have been a bit better, but here it was not the case, as we said. So unfortunately for Wolves, they will have to defend their place in the upper bracket.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on.
The hunting season is on because Wolves really got destroyed on that first map. Breeze doesn't seem to be a great home ground for them. If Abyss is, we will see in a minute. Like I haven't seen any Wolves climbing out of holes, but Abyss might be a little bit of a change up. They really got some problems against TYL yesterday or the day before. On that same map, and yeah, it's gonna be a far stretch imagining that they beat Chile on a map after losing that hard on Breeze.
Yes, definitely. Abyss is not a good map for Wolves, at least not right now. It was very difficult, as you said, against Trace. They did find a few rounds, actually 6, so it was kind of closed in the first half on the attack, but then on the defense they completely fell off the ground. Only one round in favor of Wolves, so we will see how it will unfold today against XLG. But from what we've seen from XLG just before, I would be a bit scared if I was a Wolf fan.
Yeah, and I mean, Wolves are utilizing the Waylay onto that on that map, plus the double dome smokes with Astra and Omen. It's a very interesting comp to play around for them if they're not changing it up, and I don't think they will. Like, it's 2 days of practice that they had ever since. So just play the same comp. Try to figure out if you can change some things up for you personally as a team. And then we will see what Wolves brings to the table. I am not convinced after what I've seen in map 1. Right, that was a little bit of a sluggish start from Wolves, and they never really recovered from it. So they need to have a better performance and a better showing on Abyss, and a huge improvement to even go back. I think Norman is very in love from what I'm seeing on that stage.
I can understand that XLG are feeling themselves right now, because the first map was really a statement from them. Good start in the competition, and maybe they feel confident on Abyss. I don't know what lineup they will decide to play. One interesting question also is, will Wolves keep the same roster as yesterday, or will they play something else?
I think so, because, like, as I said, you don't have really enough practice days to figure something new out for your team, and that's, for me personally, the biggest reason why I am convinced we'll just play the same agents again. Still, like, a far stretch for me to imagine them winning. I'm gonna be honest, because, like, the showing was not good on the naming level as well, right? Raga was just destroying them, and also Happyway had insane moments, and Wolves need to step up, need to calm down and refocus on what they are good at, what are their strengths, what are their situations they're in. And for me personally, like, I need to see something more from them. Raga feels very comfortable in just letting Wolves approach that matchup, in my opinion.
Yes, I think you're right. I agree with you, at least, that it's gonna be difficult. One other thing that also is a bit scary is that XLG were able to look at the match of Wolves, so they kind of start to counter strat, whereas Wolves haven't seen the new XLG on this map yet. So there is also a clear advantage this way. So it starts to pile up. You lost against Trace. There is more intel for XLG. It's a lot to overcome when you come from a 4-12 Breeze map.
Yeah, definitely. And XLG is a team, like, normally if you're having problems in any way, if you're struggling in any way on the side of XLG in that first matchup, would normally have been because, you know, you still need to get used to the stage, you still need to figure yourself out on the bigger crowd. But I don't really see that from them. They feel comfortable sitting on that stage. They feel comfortable being in a place where they are, and this would have been like something we see in international tournaments as well. If you're having more reps on the stage, more officials early on in the tournament, this might be sort of a better start to the series. But XLG is there from day one.
They're definitely there, and especially Raga. Happyway was also a great element in this first map. On the side of Wolves, nobody really stood out, and I think this is also one thing that is a bit scary for this team in this matchup, because obviously they will be able to come back in other match, is that there were no star player. Nobody really stood out of the group and actually impose the matchup, so they would need this an Abyss, some strong personality. Against Tracy Spot, Spring actually did a pretty good Waylay map, so maybe it could also offer the same. And what's interesting, it's not the same lineup as they did against Trace, and we see the veto again.
I'm not convinced about the veto, I have to say, especially since like XLG is playing the standard, one of the standard comps we're seeing on Abyss with the double smokes right now. I'm sorry. Veto sort of struggles against those double smokes compositions, because if you're playing him against heavy initiating comps that are trying to fight onto a side, that are trying to use heavy utility to engage in combat, then Veto shines, because that E ability shines a lot. But if you're playing him against those double smokes comps, so it doesn't really use a lot of fighting utility to go onto the side, Veto seems to struggle a little bit. That's for me the big reason why they're not, why he's not really in the meta right now.
And also I said that Spring did a good map with Waylay, and they decided to cut the Waylay, so Spring will not have this strong agent on Abyss that we know is very effective on this map. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit scared, but I'm curious to know what Wolves have prepared for this matchup, because I believe they have prepared something, and we will see right now how it unfolds for this map.
Yeah, I'm still so about the numbers not adding up.
I can see that.
This makes me so mad, you don't even know. But yeah, they were cutting out the Waylay. You said it as much, but the first frag goes over to Wolves this time. Happyway has a good angle there. Wolves up and running. No man dies on that Waylay. Spring on the other side, back on the smokes. You saw that double smokes composition coming up. Or from both sides, a lot of dome smokes coming in there. Raga has a flash in hand. If Raga sort of expected what was behind that smoke, he would have thrown a flash. This time a double kill for Josmite. The double numbers advantage here on the defense for the Wolves side.
Finally, a good start for Wolves. Maybe managing to take this pistol for now. There are two players left for XLG, Laser and Happyway. They are on site. The spike could be planted pretty quickly, and they have no information on the position of the Wolves player. Happyway actually takes down Yosemite. This duel is so important. Sufat standing strong, and he knows where the last player is.
Yeah, they know where he is. Yosemite taken down. It was a 2 vs 2 for a short while. Happyway nearly isolates that 1v1. If he gets the frag there, a very doable round. Now they're searching for him. They're looking for him. Happyway! Another frag against Spring. 1v1 was Sufat. Fights the IGL and Happyway! A clutch in a 1 vs 3. He's just too damn good.
How can you let this one slip, Wolves? You had it, you had him, you knew where he were, but he's just such a good player. He has such good game sense and such good aim. You just cannot test Happyway.
Why are they playing all alone? Everyone solo peeks Happyway, and he just gets 3 kills in the end.
But he also really played this really well, because he kind of circled around the block, and they will kill themselves for this second round. They will not try. But yeah, Happyway really played it really good. I think he's the one who managed to isolate the kill rather than Wolves really doing a mistake, because they're trying to find him. They don't really have a choice. They could have waited there because they have the spike, but they wanted to take the kill, I think.
Yeah, they wanted to bring the fight over towards the Chile players, but Happyway heavily punishing them for that. 2-0 lead for Chile, and the air is getting thinner and thinner for the Wolfpack.
At least now they have the weapons, so they can defend a little bit easier. the sides, 3 players on A right now, but XLG are looking towards B main. They will put some smoke and go in. It's an aggression for this bonus round. They do not have a lot of weapon. Some Vandals on the board.
Norman has a timing, happy way. Able to trade this one out, but still a numbers advantage for the Wolves. A lot of players stuck in the main area. Jova spotted. They have some more information on the players, but it's already full rotation over from Wolves. Look at the timing from Neo and mid. This one is important. If he gets something there, and if he spots some of the rotations, then we might have like going back towards that A side, which left completely open, completely abandoned by the Wolves, trying to force their way into a fight on B. And Leo will spot this one out of the drone.
Yeah, they will know that the site is open and they can plant. Wolves choosing to stay grouped and play this retake as a team rather than separating the forces and give some numbers advantage to XLG. They do not want to leave anything to chance. They want to play this as a team with the 4 players together. They know they have the advantage of the weapon and they can do this if they're all together.
The crossfires are deadly. The crossfires are deadly. Happy way fighting towards there. 3 players on the same area. Security is a dead zone right now, and the timing is perfect. 4 for Happy way. But the last one doesn't fall in his hands. All of the weapons taken out of the Wolves. But in the end, it's a round win. Inches left from victory. Chilai. And that's what differentiates those 2 teams right now. Chilai having decisive plays as a team together. We win together, we lose together, and Wolves are so split up in most of their situations.
It was almost a win for XLG on this bonus round. It came so close, and money will be a bit tight for Wolves because of this. They lose 4 players. XLG definitely did a good bonus round, and now they have all the weapons that they need for the rest of the half, at least for this round that is coming up. Happy way, already 7 kills.
Yeah, 7 kills in 3 rounds. Normal Tuesday for Happy way. And an aggressive fight this time from the Wolves. Taking middle control, trying to split the map into 2. Not porting back. Giving up that space that they have already created. And Eli now would perfectly be able to take back middle. I'm not quite sure what Wolf's plan is here into going into that round, because obviously they haven't spotted anyone mid. But now that they have given up the space completely, they basically have to re-clear it later in the round by not leaving the veto there.
Yes, only Autumn is kind of covering towards A, but the other side of mid is completely open, and we can see that Jova is trying to clear stairs. They have to be a little bit paranoid because they don't know at all where XLG are. Although there's only 40 seconds left, XLG will have to find a place to strike, and it looks like it's gonna be the B side with 2 players there. As soon as the smoke goes out, we will see the beginning of a rotation on the side of Wolves.
Yeah, but Norman has a great timing. Just might, nice shot from him. Jova also gets one of the players crashing out of the smoke. It's on Happy way once again to clear out the space, to fight some of his duels. First frag for him, kill number 8. You need to plant safely, which is bad for a post-plant situation. Lightor finds the trade, but it's on the bow above of the control of players. Happy way falling into the main area.
1v3 for Lizor is all alone on site. They know where he is. He has been seen, and they're throwing everything at him.
The drone did not spot him. Lysor is still tucked in a corner where they don't know where he is. But Sufet, great timing. Great situation to take aim. And Wolves doesn't really find a footing in that map. And Wolves suddenly starting to find a footing in that map. What a shot from the veto. Happy way trying to do some heavy lifting.
They're looking stronger than we have seen them on Breeze, definitely. This Abyss is starting pretty good. And also I have to note that they are on the defense side, which they completely messed up against Trace. And here, right now, with this new composition, it looks a bit better. So maybe Wolves can do it in the end.
Maybe Wolves can come back, but we have to sort of talk about what we've seen yesterday from Wolves, right? They had some issues with especially their attack with the comp they were playing, and the veto doesn't really make the attack much better compared to the comp we had yesterday from them.
They actually had a pretty decent attack side. It was 6-6, so not complete domination, but they kind of find their footing in the attack side. It was the defense. They only had 1 round on the defense.
They already have more.
Yeah, so I think this is already better than what they did against Trace, and maybe this new composition, maybe they adapted the lineup to the fact that they were starting on the defense side also.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it might be a little bit of a problem that you're picking the veto here. I'm like not very convinced of Wolf's veto in the last few rounds that we have seen him on Brace. And this is something we have to keep an eye on the attack especially, because I want to see how they are performing with the aggressive angle checking playstyle of a veto. It's sort of similar to maybe Chamber. But again, Wolves clawing their way back into that game, clawing their way back into the series on the map pick of Shilai.
But the attack will not be an issue if they manage to find 10 rounds on the defense. So for now, it's still on the XLG to actually come back into this game. Spring with the first kill.
Nice opener from Spring. Norman doesn't really find a way into that matchup. 0-4 in those first 5 rounds. Paranoia to stop Shilai from executing. There's an Astro Wall behind players of Wolves, but 3 of them just pushed up and ahead. Take the fight over towards Shilai, and Lysor finds Spring. First Dome Smokes out of the game. Wolves don't really seem to have a quick rotation over to the other side. They still have 2 players on B, expecting a move over from Shilai. Happy Way is down. Just might suddenly finds a frag on the Outlaw. And Stiff tucked into that corner. Nice angle.
They're trying to do something in this main A, but it doesn't really work. The defense from Wolves is really strong, and they do not manage to go over this Astra smoke. They have to stay in this main and be a perfect prey for Yosemite that finds a second with the Outlaw. XLG completely dominating here. Dominated, not dominated.
I am very confused at what Shilai was doing there, because you noise cut for 5 seconds and afterwards fight again and basically only stay in that one area. Yes, you don't have really map space to move around. You don't really have something as a lurk or anything like that to play around, but still, going into a situation like this, you don't really want to just stay poised on that one angle, stay poised on, you know, just waiting in A main. But that was exactly what they were doing.
I'm a bit confused here, and I understand the timeout because XLG seemed like they did not have any idea about what they wanted to do. They didn't really try a lot of strategy. They, as you said, they mainly stayed in this A main waiting for what Wolves would throw at them, and it didn't work at all. So they have to be a bit more aggressive, take more space, and be more assertive with what the strategy they want to go with.
Yeah, in the end, it's, you know, very hesitant from the XLG lineup, and something we did not expect from them, because you saw the confidence on Breeze. You saw the confidence with which they were playing on that first map, and now it seems like they're scared to do something. Like that hold in the B main area was just pure fear of Wolves fighting against them, of Wolves stopping their execution. And they want to see something different, something else from Shilai right now, because the rounds they have won were only on the back of Happy Way doing crazy stuff.
And Raga also did some amazing things, and we want to see him with a bit more punch in this Habes map. Right now he's at 0 kills, so this is a huge difference from the previous map. However, it started the same way previously, 2-3, then the timeout, and it kind of turned, the energy turned after that, so maybe XLG will manage to do the same here, but the weapons are not good at all. It's gonna be very difficult to take and move Wolves away from this side.
Yeah, but they at least get a spike plant down, right? You have a lot of space taken over there towards security. Norman needs to move back. Can't stay in that smoke after getting tagged by the drone. Great execute from Chilai, realizing that Wolves probably is more over towards the B side because A didn't really work out for Chilai at all. Now they're trying to seek an aggressive fight, trying to see the close range angles. This one is gonna be hard for Wolves to retake because you're running into infinite crossfires. Happy Way trading out there as well. No Man still tucked into the corner with that Bucky. Raga finds the kill into Joe, but suddenly it's a double numbers advantage. Josmite needs to fight a kill there as well, but Happy Way is there already. A triple for him. Kill number 11 for the Astro player. Happy Way, you are just built different, man, and they are echoing the Wolves back.
I think this is a clear sign for Wolves that you do not play retake against XLG because they will make you pay for it. They almost had no weapons, only pistols and a few shotguns, but they still managed to take it. They find these close angles, they forced Wolves to come contact and advantage them, at least reduce the disadvantage they had with the weapons. And they mark this round, they take it, they equalize the score, and the timeout from Wolves is immediate.
Yeah, and like Wolves gamble stacked over towards middle and B. A side completely open. You just have the Astro there because you're thinking, hey, we can just retake the side, we have the better weaponry, but retaking a side with so many close ranged angles against small weapons, not the best idea from Wolves, especially on Abyss, both sides. Once you're playing in a retake, it's so possible for teams to just play close range angles, to just seek the fights in the faces of your opponent. So yeah, Wolves having some struggles on the tactical side. That's why I understand the timeout 100%.
I agree, definitely. And I think also they do not want to lose the momentum that they had, because it was cost them in the previous map. On Breeze, they kind of had something in the beginning, but then it slowly faded away. And here, I think they want to keep sharp and to stay on top of this game. Unfortunately, they will not be able to have a full buy, but XLG made it work just the previous round, so maybe Wolf will do the same.
Yeah, and that's a very aggressive push from the Wolf side over there. Raga and Norman completely ready for it. Both are just aiming off the angles. And Wolves doesn't seem to find a footing onto that map. Doesn't seem to get back in those situations. Chilai will be up ahead if they win that round. And can set up a snowball if get it with good weaponry after the fact. Raga survives against Jova with 2 HP on the clock. A double kill for the Yoru, and then there is the lurk of Leo. Just spring all on his own towards that B side. Up there in heaven. Will be spotted out in a few minutes.
Beautifully using their numbers advantage on the side of XLG. It's actually a flawless. They do not lose any man, any player in this round. Even Raga with 2 HP managed to stay alive. A convincing round from XLG. I like that Wolves did try to push and gain some advantage, even though they did not have the weapon for it. It's like they had to do something, because if you're waiting as a defense with pistol, it's gonna be very difficult. Unfortunately, it didn't work, but the energy is here, which is important, and now they do have the weapon with the operator on Autumn.
Yeah, so they have the operator on Autumn. Important part of that situation. Important part of the setup that they were probably trying to play.
5 ultimates also. They have everything in this round for Wolves. It's now or never that you shut down XLGs.
I need to stop the attack in some way. If XLG wins this round again, then we have a snowball setup that could translate into XLG just running away with the game slowly but surely. Triple ult into A side, that's a perfect setup for Wolves. If you lose this one, then there have to be a little bit of conversation in the team, because you have a triple setup with a Sentinel and your Astra Stars in place. It's basically the utility of 4 players on that side. Raga spots all of them. Ultimate has been invested over from the side of Wolves to just stop that execution, but Raga opens the side happy way with second one behind him. The hold has been broken. It was a perfect setup, but Wolves can't convert it into a round win.
They had the
Jova
weapons.
and Awesome.
It's awful. They had the weapons, they had the ultimates, but it was not enough. I don't think they will invest anything more. It's 2 against 4. Even with the cosmic divide and the dimensional drift, they will not be able to take back this site. I fear Joa is going to take
that's done.
a look in
It's
tower,
Duel's
but
4. It's Duel's 4. The retake is impossible. You're just waiting
Yeah.
for the exits. That's impossible. Like, I don't know. Wolves had a perfect setup there, and then nobody is aware of Raga just straight up porting into backside. Nobody is aware of that. And after Raga gets that first frag, all the attention is on him, and Wolves can just Sheila can just flood into the side. What Raga was doing there was exceptional because he aimed it perfectly, but a huge oversight for Wolves to not cover the backside for the Euro porting into it. Especially after you spotted the Euro ult, you heard it. You know what's gonna happen. You know that the jig is up. But Spring positions towards main because he thinks it's just a decoy to use the Euro ultimate for this one. But Raga is just an absolute psycho and gets out of the ult in the backside. First frag taken, and all of this collapses the defense for Wolves.
he really did make the round work for XLG. Qfat was a bit late. Strong aggression from Autumn, and he will find the kill on Raga. Punished for what he did last round to Wolves.
He gets punished for his mistake. Gets punished for the audacity the last round he had. And Lysor is just throwing the gun off the cliff, so it's not. The Wolves aren't able to upgrade their weaponry. It's just moving over towards the middle. B side has been stuck with a weak hold. It's just the Sova and Astra holding up there, but you need to reclear main, obviously.
All the weapons are in this. No, the operator is on the A, and there is the other weapon in the ends of Jova alongside B. They're going to go back again in this operator line from Autumn. If he finds another kill, it could actually mean victory for Wolves. You have to be very careful, XLG.
That's a good one-way. Lice reporting into his own smoke, and I don't think that they really have an idea where he is. Nice swing from him. Lyser gets the first one, and the ult doesn't get a hit. Autumn falling down. Double kill for Lyser. In the elevated angle, poured into a smoke. A big surprise, but not a good one for Wolves. It's the birthday present that you don't want to get. Sirfet falling off a cliff. A headshot by Happy Way, enough to seal his deal. And the hold with Lyso, with the traitor of Wolves in the backside. More than enough to take the life out of this round. Jova, again, only able to save his gun to bring it to the next one.
Please, Wolves is starting to look too much like the previous game. You really started strong on Habes, and now they're struggling once again. XLG, they're just insane. They're beast. They struggle a bit in the beginning, let you think that you can actually win against them, but then they come back and completely crush you. It's so hard for Wolves because they only have one timeout left, but so many rounds left in this game.
There's so little awareness from Wolves for possible plays, for possible cheeky actions. And Chilai is just playing with audacity. Like, Chilai is just playing with swagger and with absolute confidence in their plays. And every cheeky play, every idea just works out right now because Wolves are just set on stopping standard executes. But Chilai doesn't play standard executes. If they're feeling themselves, they will just run at you and pull off the most weird action that you could imagine. But Wolves aren't aware of any of that. Like, that Raga play is emblematic for what Wolves' problems are right now, because they are not aware in any case that Chilai can pull something out of the box, right?
Completely, and the play from Lizerer this round was the same when he TP'd into his own smoke, and the defensor from Wolves didn't really expect that it would be this close to them, and so he did a double kill in the backside.
Doing the next aura farmer in the crowd. I think Fren is one aura farmer away from banning that word for all broadcast people. But yes, 3 and 6. And Shilai has scored 4 rounds in a row. Not really the side you want to see as a Wolves fan or as a Wolves player on the other side. Because once Shilai is starting to snowball, they are so hard to stop. Heavyweight on 13 kills in those 9 rounds.
There are still a lot of weapons available for Wolves. They still have 3 ultimates. The operator is back in the hands of Autumn. Definitely not dead yet on the side of Wolves, but you have to find something at some point because the end of the half is approaching very quickly.
And the offense needs to be great. Your attack needs to be amazing. Spring. I set up there all together with Autumn, but Leo is faster on the trigger. The operator can't find any damage. And suddenly there's Raga up in heaven. Ported into the side, just might and backside the double kill for his trading pattern. Needs to find against heavyweight, just might! The hero Wolves need on that side an ace in a 1 versus 4! Just might is alive on that server!
That's what Wolves needed! The ace from the veto player, finally! He made it! He made Wolves take this round! Even though XLG had a good entry in the side, it was not enough. He stood strong, they could not test him, and he has his ultimate back again! He used it in the previous round. What an amazing reaction time!
That double kill, ew, that double kill breaks me. That is just a painful ordeal.
You have to be a Wolves fan after this. What an amazing round from this player.
That has ultimate as well. Running there, TP destroyed. Over to the side, Norman. Great information, but nothing else gathered there. Overall, Norman with a rough start into that map. Needs to find some footing, needs to find some momentum overall in that series.
Now you may be thinking a little bit more, thinking twice before striking a side. Because you've been crushed so badly before. Jova is here, finding the head of Norman just out of the smoke.
Okay, but the execute onto the side stopped by Jova. Once again, there's a lot of chaos going on under the ranks of XLG. Nobody's looking behind. Raga, you need to save your team. 1 versus 4 for him. A double already taken, but Sylphet closes that round. Wolves are still alive and kicking, putting chaos amongst the ranks of XLG.
They are not done yet. They show us that they stay here in this matchup. We can see some precision from them, some strategy also with a good flank here from Autumn that finds 2 players in the back. Even though Raga did some crazy stuff in the end, it was not enough. The double line is enough to take him down. And it's already the last round in the defense for Wolves. Last chance to equalize the score and go with a clean slate in the second half.
Raga has another ultimate. Might be time for another cheeky play. This time he goes out there right behind the Astro Ball, so backside shouldn't be aware of his positioning. But with the side flood, this one goes into nothingness. Norman holds an angle. Tries to fight forward. Confidence still in his play, even though he's 1 and 9. This is stuff we want to see. 5 versus 5 retake. Wolves needs to be precise, needs to be perfect. Paranoia in hand, but no flashes just yet. Just might committing on that paranoia. Not trying to fight a blinded player, but find a player who is there to support him. The ultimate of the Sober. Great. Leo finds the Constellation kill. At least a trade-off, but now there's an Astro Ball that you need to fight around. Lysor has the timing, has the damage. The spike is ticking down, no time. Over to the side of Wolves, they just throw that round away. By a sure and utter timing. No clocks on their wrists, and it's a 7-5 lead at halftime.
And as we said before, do not play retake against them because it will be very hard. Wolves tried once again. The Cosmic Divide wasn't even enough to take the space back. Yosemite did some good things on the side, but not close to victory. XLG actually managed to find this new round.
I said it, XLG. Half-time lead for them. A little bit of time to reassess their situation, to talk a little bit with their coach. It's not the best of spots Wolves find themselves in. An important pistol coming up, and I'm so intrigued of what we will see from Wolves on the attack. Because they changed their comp up, they now have the veto, and the veto did not look great on the attack last time. It did not look great on the attack when they were on Breeze.
I think they will have to find, yes, a different strategy for the veto. Maybe Breeze was the issue and not the veto. Could be that on this Abyss it will look a bit better. I think they're trying to do the meme, right?
Yeah, but nobody has a... Like, everybody is confused and nobody has a water gun.
Oh, or maybe... It worked! It was good enough.
It's not the best meme to replicate, in my opinion.
Not everyone has a water gun in their pocket, yes. It's not that easy to find.
Yeah, it's rough to replicate this situation. Yeah, just might. What a step up for him compared to especially map 1. Map 1 was rough for him. 3 kills on the entirety of Breeze. Now a huge step up. 16 frags at halftime. Match is happy way there. And it seems like we are gonna have a big and huge fight over that A main area. Lysor just waiting for that arrow. Destroys it, gives Raga some space to play around and to spam through that box to one-way. Established early on as well.
Didn't do any damage though, so Wolves still doing great for now. The rotation is coming in from XLG. They're gonna swarm into the side. First kill for Spring.
That is a good arrow, but Raga needs to fight towards backside. Josmite drops to hidden Jobber. Aggressive position, but Raga! On that side! Double kill, holds in backside, nobody clears him. Leo finds one for his liking as well, but Raga is just too strong for Wolves. The wall of XLG tells them to sit down. 5 rounds is all you get.
This man is a beast with a pistol. 4 kills. New pistol for XLG. They will not drop this round. They do not want to. They take the 8th.
And I'm so glad Raga clutched that round because I can't deal with 6 versus 7 standing in our Twitch chat. It's impossible for me. Yeah, Lysor on that side. Long range angle with a stinger is an interesting choice. A small weapon buy.
It's the same.
Over the side of...
Same strategy.
Side of XLG. But yeah, the same strategy of just running over that side doesn't work out for Wolves there, but Sufet and Jova double kill. Leo drops from the heavens and gets 2 for him as well. Round number 9 secured. XLG are not here to stop the snowball established.
One more round for XLG, and now Wolves, you're starting to sweat a little bit because you have to come back to the score. They made it in the first half. They were pretty close to actually equalizing the score. And now you have to go back. One downside though, they do not have any timeout left. So if anything doesn't go as planned, they will not be able to take some time off and to rethink of the strategy.
Trying to reassess their general priorities. I think this map would be a little bit more dominant from XLG if no man would start fragging. Still not needed, and they're playing together as a team in ways that they have to do. What?
Here we go.
No. I have questions. I have very, very
Interview,
big
please.
questions.
You cannot just.
No,
It's Raga. That's the answer.
No. I'm not talking about Raga in this situation. But yeah, Just Might finds a kill onto Leicester. With that, the A side should be opened up. Leo at least gets a Spectre. Is tagged in that smoke. Not the most comfortable angle for him to play around. Raga has already moved up towards the backside, already tucked there in security, ready to take the fight towards the remaining players of Wolves. Numbers advantage still established, only Autumn dying in mid under mysterious consequences.
They have the weapons, they have the numbers. It's looking great for Wolves. The retake is gonna be difficult for XLG. They do not have a lot of utility either. They have some smoke and a flash, but you will have to be pretty precise. They will advance. Yosemite is here, standing strong. The Vandal, the Quadra. Can he find the ace once again? And no! Happy Way denies it, but the round is still for Wolves.
It's on the back of Just Might that Wolves are getting rounds after rounds right now. That's the only real reason why we see very competitive Wolves at this stage. The new player of them just stepping up.
It's showing that they made the right choice in picking him from FPX. Definitely is here to place for Wolves. Wrong year ahead.
Definitely here to play some
20
funny Valorant.
kills.
Tricks for him. Ultimate has been used. Quick start into that round. They're trying to block a fight of XLG up against them. They really were expecting Raga to be up in their face, but Lights are at him! What a hold on the side! Lights are the aim switch is insane! Raga has another casual frag against the player up on the box. Heaven has been taken, but Raga, his movement is just clean. It's just clear. Happy Way finds another double digits up for Shilai Gaming, and Raga is an absolute unit there.
They tried once again the same strategy, 5-player A main, going together pretty quickly, so maybe now XLG is starting to adapt. At least the defense was very strong, and it was maybe lacking a bit of a strategy from the attack. It was a bit too obvious for XLG how and when they would strike.
And again, Raga, a triple kill, containing them in the backside. Norman also there with one of his own. Close to slow, just to keep them a little bit out of the situation. Sifat able to find a trade. Happy Way up there, still running. Happy Way, triple kill. Good morning, I'm still here as well. And then it's just on the back of Autumn. Both players encircling him already. Raga finds the last one. Round 11 secured. XLG, they don't slow down. They want to take this one away from Wolves.
They really want to crush them because it was an eco and they played very aggressively, lost 3 players, they ran down towards Wolves. They want to show and assert their dominance in this match. XLG are here for the win, but now they are weapons in the hands of Wolves. So once again, they will be able to offer some competition to XLG.
Raga, think forward, trying to utilize this aggressiveness on the Europe. And on the other side, at this point you know that A isn't gonna be the angle that they're fighting around, but a huge push in the middle. Ring is there as well. Clone up for the taking, but Spring decides to move back, move out of that angle, and a re-hit A is on the plans, I think, for XLG. Look where Raga is positioned. That operator is something you have to break. You have to get a good timing here. And Just Knight doesn't seem up for the task. But Java fights him! Raga's down, now the rotation over to the A side. It's so obvious for XLG, but Wolves, but XLG is a little bit scattered. They're still trying to fight towards middle. Double kill for Norman. Makes this round much more doable for XLG. A map point up for the taking.
There is Hunter's Fury for Sufat. Could be a strong utility weapon for the retake. No! The timing was almost perfect for Yova, but it's not enough. Leo just turned in the right moment.
Just Knight finds another frag for his liking, but gets taken out by Lysol. Last player tucked in the corner. Also dies. Happy Way is feeling himself. No, man. 4 kills and still badgering.
Did he say 2, like 2 kills? I don't know.
I mean, this version of No Man seems like the supporting cast of LeBron James for the 2016 Cleveland, for the 2018 Cleveland Cavaliers. It's like you have Raga, the LeBron James of Valorant, and then his friends at this stage. Heavyweight is making a splash here. We have to talk about this one as well. But 24-7, a whole week. Heavyweight is scoring here.
This is crazy because he almost has the same number of kills than Yosemite, but he has 10 less deaths. Incredible scoreline from Happy Way, as usual, I would say.
Yeah, he's just one of the players to keep an eye on. Hasn't taken a lot of space with the Astro Ball. Much utility thrown into this round. Shilai, can you close it out here? Can you close this one? Sifat, great trade. But Jova has been owned. Draga finds Just Might. They're coming from all angles right now, encircling the numbers of Wolves. The pack needs to fight forward, needs to find anything for the taken, but Raga says no. Raga closes it. Sheila in their debut game of 2026 with a dominant victory over Wolves, 2 of the best teams from China's last year. And Sheila shows they're more consistent. They are still here. And they won't be challenged. They want another title.
This is a statement from this team. Their first match in this kickoff. And they really were amazing, untouchable almost by Wolves that manages to find a few rounds but really never put a real fight against XLG. I think this is one of the team you will have to feel this year. XLG are here to fight and they're here to win in this VCT China.
And Wolves know that that's not the best lookout. Going down after a good win on the first match day. Now you have to bounce back in the middle bracket. There are some strong and heavy hitting teams there. If you want to clinch a spot for the champion, for the Masters, and you want to clinch a spot for the Masters tournament, then you need to be sharp. You need to be up and running to go to Santiago, to go to Chile.
And if the roster changed a bit for XLG, I think one thing that didn't change is how Raga and Happy Way, how good they are, how strong and important they are for this team.
Raga and Happy Way are just built different. Both of them fragging out today, both of them having a great showing, and especially Raga being the MVP of that series for me personally. Correctly cheered on by the fans. I am so intrigued of what we're seeing from Raga over the next few match days, because he will show off. He will show us that he's one of the best players in the world.
He's like in the pre-show, like Fate said that Wolves prawns were like eliminated with the roster changes. What do you think?
尊重庄教嘛，因为他教了我很多，然后我也很喜欢我们现在的队伍。我现在队伍真的非常强大，然后教练也都很好，让我很尊敬。
是的，其实有看到你们在私下也是都很好的朋友嘛，然后在赛场上今天给我们带来一场非常精彩的比赛，也想问到，其实
And how do you think you improved from this year?
去年相比有哪些地方有进步和成长呢？
更加成熟。
And he's like with experience and both experience and gunfights.
有进步，然后希望我们今年跟队伍能一起冲击更好的成绩。
是的，而且其实今天2张地图能发现你们都打得非常的稳健。今天来到了图1，其实是微风岛屿嘛，是本张地图在 CN 赛区的首秀，而且对面是选出了镜灭这个英雄。当时选出来的时候，我们
And what did you guys think of like WOL's veto pick on Breeze?
应对一下呢？
其实看他们的阵容，大致心里就有一个基本想法了，就知道怎么应对。
And he's like, we just basically listened to our coach. We talked to the coach to find ways to deal with it.
预料到吗？
He's like, whatever comp they put out, we'll be able to handle it.
兵来将挡，水来土掩嘛。而且包括其实，在图2，感觉你们的一些临场应变能力都非常强，因为他们。
And then the time what WOL's having a comp change from the playing Abyss a few days ago.
有看到你们在前期被。
And after the timeout, you guys seem to like completely change how.
感觉是士气就起来了。当时是主要调整了哪些方向和地方呢？
我们就是调整游戏上的内容吧。
And he's like, we focused on finding the other side's weaknesses quickly.
然后尝试有更高效的这个团队配合。
看得出来，今天你们是适应比赛节奏更快的那一方，也是非常顺利的2比0拿下了本场比赛的胜利。那已经来到广州。
And how's the experience in Guangzhou so far? What do you have anything to say to the fans?
话想要对于粉丝朋友们说的。
广州的炒。
And he talked about the food.
我天天吃，我一天能吃个3顿。
一般吃什么口味的？
得像那个咸的那个酱油。
Anything to say to the fans?
就是原味的比较多嘛。那最后有没有什么话想对粉丝说的呢？
感谢大家支持我们 XLG， 然后。
And it's been really fun in Guangzhou. Thank you for supporting us.
感谢你们，我们会努力。
And thank you for coming to the arena to watch it. And we'll continue improving.
学习跟进步。
好的，也是再次感谢。
And it's time for the prize draw for the audience there.
是我们的符能掉落的抽奖环节。 在比赛期间，现场将随机抽选观众获得我们的游戏资产。接下来有请留一手选手为我们来抽取一下今天的本轮现场观众。你直接喊开始，然后再喊停。
OK， 3、2、1，开始。停。
好的，再次恭喜以上的幸运观众，也希望大家能够来到我们的线下积极观赛。接下来让我们把时间交还给解说席。
Yeah, the food seems to be good around their new arena. Wolves falling to Chile, and the confidence on display throughout the entire day. Also back into that interview.
Yes, it was apparently good food, as you said, and they seem pretty confident. They seem to have a good synergy between the team and with the coach also. He talked about the fact that they were listening and that the coach had good insight and that they would improve. So I cannot wait to see more from this amazing team. What we've seen today already was pretty impressive, so it's only gonna get better.
Yeah, for me what stands out is, you know, if you're having a team that tells you straight up in the face, we don't care what team compositions you're playing, we're just better than you, then you show some unprecedented levels of confidence, and Chile showed that on the server the entire day today. Like, everywhere they went with absolute confidence and absolute swagger in their step, and no real problems against those Wolves lineups. Just might on the second map was insane, nearly 2 aces, but he was the only one standing up against the onslaught that Chile put on them.
It almost was enough for Wolves, but in the end, the teamwork from XLG was just better. And what's funny and interesting is the two maps actually unfolded in kind of the same way. The start was pretty close, but the more we advanced and the more XLG was dominant, feels like they're warming up, and then you cannot do anything more. Let's just listen to the comms.
They want to go back. Nice, one more. Oh, side, who is sitting? Oh, you can hold first. You can hold first. 你可以上包。
假机包。
两个。2楼一个 ，CT 一个，想烟你。对。2楼一个。错，pick。
跳！
爆能器落在 B 区，剩余30
跳
秒。
下。
还剩1名敌人，
1打1，
剩余10秒。
直接。
And if they haven't died, then they're yelling up to this. The happy way is just insane. A player from another planet. That smile, that damn smile, turned a wolves into a mush and destroyed them, especially on that pistol round. I'm still not sure why wolves gave up that upper lower setup. That would have saved them the round 100%. But in the end, some decisions were made, and great plays are always based on some misplays to at least some extent. So yeah, we will see more from wolves in the middle bracket, and we will see more from Chile in the upper bracket, because they are playing against the winner of the next matchup coming up, which will be TYL versus Edward Gaming.
Great matchup that you will be able to follow here on Project Horizon. Obviously, for Wolves, unfortunately, yes, they will have to go down one bracket. Still another chance to qualify for Masters, but it's gonna be a difficult road ahead.
Yeah, it's gonna be a difficult run for Wolves, 100%. I think going through the middle bracket with FPL, with FPX down there, with like other teams who are up for the challenge, who made a lot of changes, will be something very, very different. And I am intrigued on how they will turn up in the end, because that Wolves team has some work to do. There are still some things they need to work on, especially in their team play department. You can't lose a map where you make 10 first bloods 13-6. Like, you can't give up that many leads in a game, and I think Wolves just did not play particularly well as a team today. Like, that's the big issue for me right now. They need to grow as a team, as a unit, and not play for themselves, for their own Valorant.
Also, I think this is one more bad point for this team, because it's the second time they play Abyss, the second time that it doesn't go well for them, even though it's not against top teams. Like, they're good teams, obviously, XLG and Tracy Sports, but I think Wolves could definitely win against this team. And it's the second time that Abyss isn't really up to the level we are expecting from Wolves. And if they continue to not ban it, they will have to work on this and find what is the lineup that works for them. The veto was actually pretty decent right now. Yosemite did an amazing map, but was it the veto or was it Yosemite? That's the question that they will have to answer. And the rest of the lineup also, what could work for them on Abyss.
Yeah, this will be a very, very rough showing that they have to bring up, right? You need to do some changes. You need to bring up something new to the table if you are Wolves right now, and if you wanna, change something in your entire and overall attitude. I like the ideas and the creativity of that veto comms, but they don't work out particularly well up until now. We are done for the day, I think. This was it from us. If you want to support us, you see our socials down below. Please support Project Horizon and join the Discord if you want to join an ever-growing VCT China community here in the Western Hemisphere. We are proud that we can deliver you the VCT China English co-stream. I give you the last few words, Concord. Thank you very much for tuning in for today, and enjoy the second matchup, which will be EDG versus TYL.
Well, I mean, thank you for giving me the last words. It was a pleasure for me to be back on Project Horizon. I invite you, everyone, to come back and see the rest of the year with us. It will be a pleasure for us to actually cast all these games. So thank you very much. Thank you for this amazing game, Akamask, and see you next.
Yeah, and have fun with
Didn't you know? to me, come on. Feet right next to me, come on.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better You should've kept up on your end. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend. You better lay low.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Project Horizon. Had a little bit of a faster game minus the fake comeback there on map number 2 between XLG and Wolves. I did pred Wolves. I had some hope. I had to, be loyal to the boys in black and gold, but we have a different banger coming up next here in this upper bracket, and that is EDG or Edward Gaming versus TYL. My name is Zoe and I'm joined by the amazing Rigger, and we are here to cover this matchup, which I don't think anybody was expecting, were we? Tyler? Out of left field?
No, not at all.
Stomping FPX? What happened?
From the conversations I've had, it's just been, I think TYL just showed up in a game that we were all expecting FPX for. FPX made too many critical mistakes when they shouldn't have, and yeah, TYL capitalized on it, and potentially a dark horse for this tournament if they keep up with the current form. If EDG doesn't manage to put on their best stocks going into this, they might put themselves in a very, very precarious situation. So, exciting game.
No, absolutely. And again, being one of those top teams in VCT China, like they're the one that you think of, like because of that legacy of winning champions, but have yet to reach kind of the same height. They did get that bid still into the second rounds. This is their first match of the season. And I think they're a team that stands out to me because they really taken the philosophy, similar to kind of Paper X and Pacific, where like, if it worked, it can work, and they try to keep making it work with very like minute tweaks across the years right now, right? And I think this year in particular, to me, their biggest changes were trying to find like that correct support staff, that correct coaching staff that can bring them to that level, because they know they have the skills, they know they have the mechanics, but something in the identity and the play style felt like it was lacking as they were trying to force their way into a new meta last year and like fit into this cookie cutter that the Doe just didn't want to shape to. So I'm really hoping they found the correct chef to give them that culinary masterpiece, especially in the debut of this triple elimination format.
Yeah, and you mentioned the format. I think could be one of the more exciting things, along with the coach or the skirmish for side select. This triple elimination bracket. I think this is the upper round 2, I think. So also these teams still have a pretty long tournament ahead of them. The team that loses just gets knocked down to into the middle bracket, and then the team that loses there goes to lower. So stakes are obviously not the highest right now because there's a lot of chances, but this is a confidence builder, especially because EDG's first game is going to be today. Because they were top 4 in the last region, they immediately get a bye for first round. So they're walking into a TYL side that's coming straight off a win, and EDG is coming into this somewhat cold, having only seen VODs, not necessarily had the opportunity to play on the big stage at the first step of this CN Roadshow.
Yeah, and actually speaking of that CN Roadshow as well, I believe it was Kong Kong recently, opened up a little bit about how he's going to be managing his wrist pain, think it's going to be a lifelong thing, and how that could be more difficult on the Roadshow, but he's open to the challenge and giving his all in these matches, and that's something else to talk about, right? Is that EDG has had a pretty good showing, actually, during the offseason, even when he wasn't necessarily playing with them. So that, to me, puts a lot more pressure, again, on this star player to bounce back and be that pillar support that they're used to having in the server. And if you mentioned that, like, there's going to be a hot Tyloo on the other side, then they really do need to be there and not underestimate this opponent. So I do want to take another look back at Tyloo specifically and their roster or their lineup from yesterday's performance. Splash, Irv, Slowly, Sword, and Scales. What do you know about the squad? Because I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't recognize too many names, right?
Not particularly. I think something to note is that Sword is a interim IGL. He's not going to be their permanent IGL going into the season. Well, potentially. I think, especially with how big new talent and fresh talent is, especially going into 2026, end of 2025, this might be a very big game for Sword. He might actually end up becoming their full-time IGL if he performs well enough. I think beating EDG is a feather in your cap if you're trying to make a statement as an IGL. So a lot of local names and not too many names that stand out to you. Obviously, the juxtapose in the mountain you're comparing it to is Kang and EDG. So comparatively not as big of a name, but definitely a story to tell and a lot to show, a lot to earn, and definitely a chip on the shoulder of the Tyloo players.
No, absolutely, and I'm glad you mentioned Sword because he's one of the 3 returning players for this squad, right? It was Sword, Scales, and Slowly that were on Tyloo last year and then were brought back. And it was Splash and Irv that, to me, were kind of those standouts aside from Slowly in yesterday's match that got them through it. Right, Splash, 37-20 across the entire series, and Irv not far behind, 31-18. Right, so again, a squad that I'm excited to see, and Yo-Yo as well was on that squad last year, so stepping into the substitute position, I should say. So again, still there, still supporting from the background if they need to. This is another team that's like, okay, last year was a fluke, we can actually do better than this, and they're going to prove it. And honestly, I couldn't think of a better match for them to start their season with, because they got eliminated from Stage 2 playoffs by EDG in O2 fashion last year. So if you can right the wrongs of the past, starting out in a new season, a new format, a new roadshow, then I am actually super, super excited to see what this roster will have for the rest of the year.
Yeah, but that match record looks it portends a very difficult game for the side of Tyloo. EDG currently 4-0 against them. But this is a brand new season. I think there's a lot of changes that have happened fundamentally here. The meta is, I would argue, slightly more open and room for upsets, with Sentinels being so low prio and Double Duelists being so high prio. So we're going to see, especially Initiators being changed and touched a bit. It's potentially an opportunity, if not now, then when, to buck that 4-0 record, potentially upset someone. So yeah, very, very exciting prospects for this game coming up.
No, absolutely. And I am curious then to see, like, who would you choose, right? Do you want CB as a second duelist alongside Kong Kong?
It depends. I think Kong Kong had a very bad double duel. He couldn't, like, a lot of EDG's failings last year were EDG's inability to adopt that Yoru, to actually bring that Yoru into their comp in a way that makes sense. If they try to go for the double, if they're going to try and go for the double duel, then probably. If they're leaning on that single duel, then most likely it's going to be that Waylay Jet we're going to see there.
Yeah, and you just got to see some of CB and his agents and his highlights, and you're like, oh, those are all on support players. Why are you talking about him being on duelist? Well, that was one of the roles he stepped into during that off season, while Kong was focusing on recovery, focusing on being at full strength for kickoff. And on the flip side here, Irv, I want to dive into where, like he came from, because again, he was really important in that last matchup as well. And he was kind of this pickup from Land Dodgers is the name, right? So like again, it's one of those players that we've seen, I think a few other teams also just pick up like out of the blue, like players that have not like extensive, you know, like extension or challengers experience, right? It's like promise but needs shaping. And that's where TYL has, I think, is starting to find success with him in particular. It's giving me kind of, what is it? I'm trying to remember. Names are hard, guys. Autumn. It's giving me Autumn from Wolves, not like the Autumn, the new Autumn, kind of vibes. Where I was like looking at him and I'm like, huh, where is he from? And then he's having really good success as a support player. So, yeah.
I think the way I look at it, out of the 4 regions, I would say that CN is the one where talent tends to thrive, and talent is actually in abundance when you're looking at Ascension. I think I would like to say maybe most of the roster changes in the off season were just bringing those players from Ascension, the players that made grand finals, into a lot of these tier 1 rosters. So and then just reshuffling of people around, and I think that speaks a lot to this caliber of coaching staff that exists in CN, and how they develop players, along with the amount of individual role models that a lot of these players are having in the teams that they're brought up in. So you are right. I think potentiality is going to be a big factor here. I think we have high expectations, but the end result is most likely going to be on how these coaches are developing a lot of these players. I spoke about it yesterday on the cast. Superstardom. I think CN is a region that has a lot of superstars. It has a lot of aura. A lot of aura, a lot of personality, and the teams that are having the most fun are oftentimes the teams that are finding success. You know, the teams that are standing up and absolutely giving it. The teams that are relishing in the moment that these guys are living their dream, are finding a lot more success. And I think this EDG side is a team that has been in the spotlight. It's like your Sentinels of Americas. It's just your buy-in into VCT. It's your buy-in into Valorant. So. On the other side of it, they're playing against TYL. As we have our walk-ins. How do you feel about the new walk-ins?
Oh my gosh. I mean, the lights, the lasers, what more could you ask for? It is giving, as we mentioned, the epitome of aura. And it kind of, to me, also represents the new skin bundles that have come out to rep these teams as well. But the B-roll, get the teams. It is EDG versus TYL in your second round of the upper bracket. Reminder, just a few more wins and you will be on your way to Masters Santiago in this format. So excited to see, again, EDG, high expectations season after season. They want to start out strong, and look at this.
Yeah, it's great. It's absolutely great. Arguably one of my favorite interactions is the mascots for a lot of these teams, and how they're interacting with the fans and just existing. And yeah, I don't know if it's I don't know if you've heard of the superstition, the fact that every single Worlds winner has an alternating color jersey.
Oh really?
Yeah. So basically, it's from League of Legends, and basically, you either wear white or black depending on how much success you want. So if the team that won last year was wearing black, you have to wear white the next year, and that has been going on for maybe the last I want to say decade, just alternating winners, and EDG is rocking black. So their aspirations clearly on their jerseys, clearly in their sights, going to Masters and potentially winning another international, because I think they've been starved for a win ever since 2024.
Yeah, and I will say, aside from the jerseys looking great, like their white tracksuits did last year, I mean, you saw Kong running out ahead of the team, really excited, taking the energy of the crowd, so he feels like he's probably going to be in form, at least confidence-wise, here today. But this is who they are up against, a team riding the high of already one upset to kick off their season so far, and they want revenge. They want to correct that 0-4 record, right, with these two new hungry additions to their roster. And here come TYL, the squad trying to roll on in and stage another upset.
So I have to ask, TYL's coming in as underdogs, right? They're coming into this game against EDG, who in many ways are the protagonist of the region. If you're the coaching staff of TYL, what is your game plan going into this?
I think if you're coaching staff, player on game, try to forget who's on the other side of the server, to be honest, right? I feel like especially with some of these newer players that especially haven't played in, a challengers and an ascension environment, like you can, get a little bit of, I don't want to call it imposter syndrome, but you can definitely like kind of sell yourself short on your capabilities. And if you're not confident 100% swinging into these fights, you are not going to beat players like Hong Kong. We just talked about how confident he looks, right? Running out, enjoying the crowd, right? Literally skipping onto stage ahead of the entire team that's walking out behind him. So this squad, again, I'm hoping that they have their mentals in check, they're centered, that again, they are energized and by that win up against a very, very strong team in FPX.
I think that's great advice, honestly. It's what we call present. There's a whole philosophy behind like future, present, and past thinking. And the big thing here is stay present, stay focused, stay accountable to yourself, right? We don't care about what EDG does. We just need to play our game for TYL. And on the other side, it's also EDG being the favorites. One of the things you have to temper as a coach is expectation. We're expected to beat this team, but TYL just beat FPX, right? If you go into this thinking you've already won the game, then TYL ends up upsetting you, and people stop regarding you as the monolithic team that you are actually in EDG. Very historic and having a lot of backing about it. But yeah,
we didn't count how many people are on stage. How many for EDG are there? I mentioned expanding the coaching stuff. That's a lot of people on stage.
Yep, it's all gamers in black. It looks like the entire roster.
But yeah, look at the cute little mascots.
I love the mascots.
There. Yeah,
every team is a mascot.
And then, like, I gotta. It's a shameless way to talk about Wolves. The Wolves one, like, they've had mascots, so theirs was like a perfect translation. And then it's funny to see ones like these where EDG's is like, here we go, versus like the dragon of TYL and the claws and everything. But yeah, we definitely need those sharp here coming into the server. But we mentioned, okay, the mental coming into this, but what about the prep side of things, right? You have one match under your belt. EDG only has the off season, so they have 2 VODs on you that you don't have on them, right? And that is what you played up against FPX. That is Pearl and that is Haven, right? And coming into the map veto, you can see that we are going to have that Decider of Pearl, but what do you make of the Abyss and the Bind through the lens of what we talked about with the double duelist possibilities of EDG adjusting to a more open meta versus the more constrictive expectations that kind of hindered them before?
So, from what I'm understanding in the current meta read, Abyss is falling into that double duel. It's playing very similarly to Pearl. The map that's a big question mark for me is what is Bind? What meta do everyone feel like playing currently on Bind? CM historically has been a team that's adopted that KO on Bind, and I think KO is arguably one of the strongest initiators in meta right now, but it is a very off-meta pick. So TYL having that picked into them by EDG means that potentially EDG might have something in the tank there if they like the double duel opportunity, 2 back-to-back maps of double duel. If they prefer double initiator and funding Kankang with Util, 2 back-to-back double initiator comps. Both Abyss and Bind can be KO flexes, so how is it going to work? Are we going to see a Sentinel in response? Are we going to see the double initiator? Yeah, Chamber as well. Chamber is super strong, but the counter to Chamber, if Chamber wants to leave, is being non-committal. He just gets knifed. But we're going to see the new Sentinel veto on the side of TYL on Abyss. What do you make of that?
Oh my goodness. I think Abyss and Bind are like 2 really strong maps for veto here, so I wouldn't even be surprised if we see it over on map 2, for example, but it is gonna make the defense a little bit more interesting, and it's gonna be kind of just as aggressive as a Chamber pick could be here. Aside from that, the Waylay, the Yoru, I think they're gonna have a really again strong attack half, and defense is gonna be a little up in the air. On the flip side, you mentioned it, right? Wanting to find that Yoru player that could be as supportive, right, for Kong in his endeavor, so that he didn't have to take up that mantle himself, which I think you talked about time and time again, that process of learning the duel. I think I asked him that question at Champions in particular last year. So now he's back on his prime, he's back on the jet in what you mentioned was a double duelist Abyss meta that can find success. So I think it is going to work out pretty well.
Yeah, and I'm pretty excited. I'm falling in love with Abyss. As the days tick by, I'm falling in love with it as a map that forces good micro and good macro. I think it's the easiest one, especially from an audience viewpoint, to understand. You see the players jump off the map, it's evocative, why are they just jumping? And it opens into explanations and explainers about econ management and expected value. And it's one of the more user-friendly maps to learn the meta, but we'll have a lot of that to talk about as map 1 of the final game of the day, EDG versus TYL, begins now.
And we might be kicking it off pretty explosively at that as well. Look, we had double trio scaling down mid. Vents already occupied by TYL, basically off a barrier drop. And, I mean, even with the fracked out, yeah, the deposit of scales now here who's trapped for the time being. And little tag team nature gets a 1-for-1, but that is all they wrote. That cross cut.
Yeah, as we lean over to this A side of the map, we're seeing a lot of this A as these teams are developing, and with that Sentinel being so far away from the site, it's just gonna be heads-up fights here.
But it doesn't matter, right? Or if you don't have a Sentinel on, Astra is your next best anchor. Fortunately, though, Chichu rolls on in alongside Smoggy. Hand in hand, they clear out this site, and now who's left? The players that were pinged down pretty low for that mid-fight, like Scales and Slowly, who's been kind of MIA. Now left in a 1v3 with a Sheriff in hand, could get the job done. With Chichu a bit lower, but Spike is down. No util in the bank. Just expect kind of a 1-2-3 countdown and a swing if you can once position is confirmed by this dart, but that is not what you want to have happen! The dart gets broken, they swing in disconjunction, and wow! Alright, Slowly, I doubted your 1v3 capabilities with no util, but that is a statement way to open up your season and that pistol round.
That is incredible. Genuinely the most incredible shooting I've seen. Hopefully the standard gets better, but that's a pretty loud start to the game. Yeah, breaking that knife. The 3-2-1 swing didn't quite pan out. A very good recovery from the side of TYL. They lost their mid player and still managed to eke out a win here on the back of Slowly. And yeah, that econ's going to be flourishing if you're the side of TYL, and the confidence through the roof. But can they keep this momentum going as the half ages and matures a bit?
Yeah, that will be the question. Nothing too silly out of the EDG camp in terms of the buy here. Not Outlaw, it was just Slowly and this Marshall, but that is enough. The Lurk player CB taken down. Hopefully the alarm bells are ringing because you know there's no additional pressure mounting behind that. And Scales has also made contact toward the B-sides. Your Waylay rotates over. Splash here from Heaven here to support as well. And the players coming in. The chokehold is live. Scales bobbing, weaving around it beautifully with the Heaven support from Splash as well. It is going to look and act functionally flawless.
I think this is I think EDG is one of the rare teams that, after losing that first round, don't just jump off the map. I think they value at least potentially getting damage done over getting damage and orb control over just jumping off the map and moving on to the next one. So very rare look from EDG. In favor of TYL, though, is ult orbs currently being funneled and not too distant from the next ulti.
Here we go. This is where we're going to start to see, hopefully, an EDG that's able to stabilize, but this is what I'm liking. I mentioned that confidence, not getting scared, not changing your strat book, and that's exactly why we see a beautiful main fight and refract out there from Splash that's already CB down for the second time in a row. That first blood on the round. We mentioned needing him as that support for the entry of Kong Kong, and it is out of the picture. Speaking of Kong Kong, Slowly seemed to have his number, but the drone will get Kong Kong back out of this mid space, and I do like the decision to regroup, re-clear A main here.
Yeah, and with the Sentinel that's not as oppressive on the site hold as Veto, you do feel comfortable going towards this A. Cypher, Vice tend to cause a bit more reticence and hesitation when you're going into this A side. But without the Cypher there, and with only Veto to contest with, they feel a lot more confident in their A main hold, as the Astrostock's going to find one, and Kangkang's going to get the kill and join with Smoggy onto site. 3 people fall, the site anchor completely collapses, doesn't manage to hold the ship upright, as we're going to a 4v3 post plant in favor of EDG.
6 bullets and Kong Kong still trying to take this backside space. Crossfire established, slowly looking for that additional player that's going to peek into him, and Kong Kong will happily oblige. Scales now left in the 1v4, hoping maybe to find one like the low HP Kong Kong. Maybe Smoggy is a second best, just so you can get an additional weapon out on this bonus round, but all things considered, I think that was a good litmus test. You're going to see what the A-pop kind of looks like, even without flashes out of EDG's camp, and I think Kong Kong did a great job managing weathering that chaotic storm you mentioned with that Astra utility.
Yeah, I think just dashed straight through the Astra utility, completely disrespected it, lands up in the smoke and just takes that very point blank gunfight, wins it and finds 2 in Smoggy, not far behind. Smoggy and Kang have been playing together for a while. I think Smoggy, Kang and Chichu are the remnants of the roster that won in 2024. The world winning one, the world champion winning one. So a lot of veterancy on the side of EDG and a lot of confidence you can see in Smoggy being willing to just dive in blindly after Kang, making sure they guarantee those trades on site.
Absolutely. Well, we saw on the second round Nico an attempt to get into this B space around the veto, and this time it is going to be respect shown from both of these players to tuck away here. Gotten past it thanks to the Astra utility. They've gotten the B site, but the rotations are immediate. They're going to try and reflood, and Splash handles both of those players fighting into the back side. Slowly, Operator has made their way over, but it feels a little too late. The 3v3. Smoggy low HP is trying to instead play the positioning, play the timing here. Chichu getting bold as that post plant Astra, but all in all, it is Tyler. We're looking towards the impetus to get back into this site.
Are they going to navigate this? Yeah, this is pretty weird. Smoggy finds the first one there, and nobody finds slowly, but the dink happens. Sword 9 finds a kill into nobody. Challenge with Smoggy. Smoggy with 1 HP gets the kill. 3 kills for Smoggy, and it's a tie game.
And some of those kills were at 10 HP. I was like, oh, how's Smoggy gonna do this? I was hoping he would go for an aggressive angle, right? Hope that no one clears him and he can get the jump on him, but no, just tag teams there nicely off of their teammate, off of nobody here, and there it is. Just shutting down this reflood. When you mentioned Tyler had little guidance here, right? Or not finding too much info, you're worried about these offsite players with those Astra Nebulas we saw. But tied 2-2 here. We are going to have Splash with this ultimate, possibly can see it for an A-trap on this eco if contact is made. That'd be my guess with 4 players stacked and ready to fight here. But there's the Hunter's Fury to disrupt that entire plane. It's forcing the hand of Tyler. The reveal comes through at least to the close stinger, but I don't think they realized just how many players were ready to pounce. The Nebula concealing the horrors that lie beyond the A side, or opening up the opportunity to spray down the opposition. No sight lines. Drone. Also, kind of a false sense of security here. Hong Kong found. The flash is good. They realize we've gotten a few kills. Might as well invest the convergent paths just to see if we can finish the job. 2v2. Weapons not collected. I like the call for EDG just to pause.
Yeah, they seem very, very composed here, as the sheriffs for Tyloo are dangerous, and Yeoman also is going to be committed. Completely flip the map. At least it guarantees plant, it seems. Yeah, I think he values
but you're
plant
giving
over
weapons. You're giving weapons to the opposition, right? That's not great. And you were heading towards the veto side as well, so Scales feels like he had so much information to make this Vents play and at least get Smoggy pinged down to 4 HP. We saw him do it on 10. Can he finish out the 1v1 against Splash? Not much healthier than himself. Or the clutch, or the lead.
Yeah, Belay would approach Smoggy just as dangerous on 1 HP. Sees the gun, sees the barrel, they see each other. Very well aware of what's happening. The one way going to be committed from Smoggy. Spike's going to be half by Splash. Does he get the second tap on? He gets the tap, he steps off. Smoggy not falling for the bait, tap steps off. And Splash gets the better of Smoggy in mind games through and through. But Tyloo eking a lead. Or eking an equalizer. Oh no, the spike went off.
What?
EDG won. Spike went off. Yeah, he took too long. Actually well played from Smoggy. The thing is, mind games, it was 0.32 at the end there. And this is an eco, mind you, for Tyloo, and EDG managed to win it, but it was a very, very, very close and contentious win.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they forced out 2 ultimates, I believe it was, on EDG's side, because I believe that Hunter's Fury originally also came from nobody, so I would call it an immense win. And it does just hurt a little bit there, the ego not being able to close that out if you're Splash after what we mentioned was a really nice play around that one wing and what could have been, but I'm being worried now about your actual buy round, right? You also utilized a 1 ult in terms of that convergent paths, but you traded it for pretty much everything else on your side. Another one of these B pops. This time it's not Scales alone, though, slowly tucked away in this corner, maybe trying to bait around the reveal of Scales eventually with this evolution popped. Is gonna whether any flashes, any storm that gets thrown his way. The anchor is good, slowly gonna drag this ship down in the depths off of Scales contact as well. And Chichu, there was no hope of you even stabilizing that round. On the feet, celebrating and confidence. That is what they needed to bring out of the eco, right? Was the momentum.
Yeah, and I think they managed to actually fight for that heavy B main space, and unfortunately fell. EDG just couldn't break through, and slowly using that dimensional drift to great effect just to avoid any potential trades. Yeah, insta pops it and Scales right behind them. These guys are on top of each other. They're always watching each other's backs, over each other's shoulders, and the TYL defense. You're seeing glimpses of why they were so strong and why they managed to eke out a win against FPX. Because fundamentally, they're playing at a whole nother level, challenging even world champions at this point.
And I really like this decision now from EDG as a result, right? You've tried B, the anchor's too good. You tried A, they like to fight forward and take that space. So going mid off the Bladestorm is an ideal opportunity to challenge the Refract. Hinder is out, right-click, Classics land with a knives do none, and CB the follow-up with the Sheriff. Dimensional Rift live to get the weapon upgrades in this round. Talk about momentum swings. It is looking like it's going EDG's way for the time being. The crunch, the anchor of the base side taken down, and they're not done yet. They're refighting to the mid space that they just gave up. Sword, no chance to stabilize, no chance to group up with Irv. It is him in a 1v5. The ace clutch required as the spike goes down and into elbow. The double up there is good. And even if it didn't, there was a backstab brewing from Smoggy, so yeah. I think I need to strap in. This is going to be one heck of a series with the back and forth we're already seeing.
It genuinely feels like Kang and CB just decided they were going to play the game, and the rest of EDG is just there to support, to facilitate, to be the responsible adults. Yeah, like you mentioned, they took all of site control, battled the Sentinel on site, and then turned back around to recontest that B-Link area, which is, I think, in every single regard, great decision making. It is a very aggressive decision making. Very, very confident in their approach. But it is great decision making, especially how quickly it's happening. They're not hesitating. They're not pausing to fight the site guy. They realize site fight's not going to happen. Let's find one that will. And they go into A link and B link and contest them. And they're just getting a lot of value from that. So I think you mentioned double duel, and that's how you want to be playing double duel. Just proactively be shifting where the fights are happening. Move it away from where you actually want the space, or even contest heavily for space you need.
Yeah, and if the TYL coaching staff in this position, I think I'm going to be addressing that top mid space and what happened in the previous round. So yeah, the B side's good. It was just a little bit fragile through that mid space. A side, there's maybe some stuff to work out just because some of the A entries have gone quite well for EDG, but again, I think mid's a pretty high priority target. I don't think you need necessarily to fight down mid like we saw in the pistol round, but maybe if you can get some money online, get an operator online, right? We saw inclinations from slowly wanting to get that operator super early on. It's since been sunsetted, but I'm being a little double stack here. Maybe possible early dart to come out of sword, but on the flip side here, we also shifted the Sentinel, if you noticed. Mirrored, switch from B to A.
I think that's... It's a pretty big adjustment and a pretty big shift. They're probably thinking that after the timeout, EDG is no longer going to be playing through mid B because they've just been winning through mid B, and the spot that they're not winning through quite dominantly is through that A side. So shifting a veto onto A means that you can play to receive any A aggression there, while also not necessarily sacrificing through mid. And yeah, Splash not quite happy with the way that first interaction went, and gets dinged down to 16 HP and then finished off by Kang for his troubles. Slowly finds the spike, drops nobody, holding all of A main quite aggressively here as it's a 4v4 and the map begins to stabilize, but slowly potentially looking to cause some damage, and gets sat down by Smoggy.
I'm surprised that he doesn't TP out there, but I'm also not against the idea because typically you think, okay, if there's a duelist fighting out A main, what are the odds that the Sentinel is here, right? So I would have thought they would try and hit into the veto here like Kong Kong is now faking, but no. Yoru over towards the B site, CB. Just holding this vent space, making sure that they didn't reoccupy mid. But you can see Sword is slowly scaling down the calls, but maybe to try and retake through B vent instead. And all of them have peeled off. They might just have to deal with Kong Kong though on a late rotate. As the spike goes down in time. Ooh, it's mind games here. Look at Kong Kong. He's gonna go for the long flank.
Might find someone. He might actually find scale shares. Sword's gonna find a kill here. That flank pays off. Sword mirror to shift. Kanku's gonna find scales here. 2v2 and the spam comes through. Earth finds the kill there, but gets sat down almost immediately. CB getting the kill, and Sword versus the world, stuck between Chichu and CB. There's no way in. There's no way to get in here. You walk in right side, you walk on danger, you have to jump. You walk on right side, you get caught in a crossfire, and Chichu punishes him for even attempting, and Sword falls, and EDG walks away with the round win after what was a very tumultuous mid round with Spike being dropped so precariously outside of A.
Yeah, honestly, I think that round is a credit to the A reclear once again late, which we've seen time and time again. And second, that Kong Kong backstab. If he didn't do that right, I feel like the pressure from Sword main and the entire team rolling in through B link would have been too much pressure for EDG to handle. But that's why they took the timeout when they did for TYL. Right now they're broke. Now EDG have a pretty steady route to 6, maybe more coming into it, especially with Kong Kong picking up the eco killer of an outlaw here towards mid space. Okay. One's biting. It's just the silent stacks in these nooks and crannies down mid corridor, and you can see they're not buying it on the EDG side. Yeah, for good reason. Smoggy, yep, finally clears out slowly. That's nicely done. And looking for more. Splash is crazy with the Sheriff. A bold for Fracta away as well. And in the meantime, EDG trying to fight into this A space, and yeah, ooh, one at least finds one, but that's about it for now. Forced to tuck away on the back site. See the space only 18 HP. Yeah? Wait.
Earth finds one and look at scales. Look at scales.
Can Earth wait? Do you want Earth to wait?
You have time? This is so... Earth tries to get on Spike, taps it. Kankan finds one immediately, but the side of TYL with their sheriffs, we call it a GC sheriff but right now EDG challenging a completely different league. Or TYL rather, challenging a completely different league with their sheriffs. I think they have an econ conversion rate of 100%. Their pistol was a sheriff, and now they're on their rifle buy. They lose the rifle and win the sheriff eco. So
we'll call it a it's not 100% eco conversion, but at least 100% eco kill rate, right? Like, talk about the one round where they,
kill rate, yeah.
Right, where they got it down to everyone dying, and then the spike expires by 0.32, right? But now that round is Irv, and that's why that was one of those key players to look at. Mentioned again how they flipped the defense, right? They had him on the B side, they had A, and I felt so bad for Irv because they are never coming to his site, and he proved what happens when they do. Perfect balance between aggression, finding kills, and waiting for your team to collect their thoughts, which also felt like it was lacking in the previous round from her because he swung out early before Swords is in place as well, right? So this is nice, but they're wary of, again, these site take ultimates, right? Bladestorm, Hunter, Fury, that can get EDG into this space, so what are they going to do? Play the retake here, possibly off this Cosmic Divide.
Spike's been committed, yeah. Retake on the offing. It's one of the rare 5v5s, I think the first 5v5 rifle of this half, of this game, of this series. As Kankang's gonna be holding, CT gets full stunned, Irv finds the first kill, swings around, finds the second kill, 5v3 on the back of Irv.
They're gonna stick it!
Getting onto Spike almost immediately. Yeah, they're just gonna hold it, gets to half.
Nobody?
It falls nobody. Stands stalwarts. Smoggy's gonna find 2 kills and Cheech is gonna find the last one. EDG pulls this round away from the back of Irv's heroics. Can't manage to convert around here as once again TYL forced on that eco. We know them as penalty killers, but EDG are just putting themselves in such good positions for these power plays.
Yeah, and
just
I mean,
falling apart at the end.
I really liked the ideas here, right? But they just felt a little bit too rushed on getting a player onto the spike, right? I know they've been burned by the clock a few times, but they were winning the fights. They are creative, usually using the waylay for both info and suppression. Irv as well, that Noble Pulse was perfect as well for incapacitating that crossfire, but mention it, kind of how the money's been on the fritz. So a little half-buy situation here. A little bit better than all the sheriffs that we've seen. But I feel like EDG are starting to pick up on some of these crazy B-site setups. For example, Sheriff out, Hong Kong with the slow re-clear. Do you expect the Bucky on site? You saw the barrel, but you can't escape the outcome. And speaking of a lack of escape, slowly not able to get crashed out. So Hong Kong takes the deeper space alongside the kills, alongside CB. I'm glad to see live and fighting late into the round. Drone reclear, trying to distract from the fact that Irv poking and prodding around on the flank, but Smoggy, I think, spotted them perhaps in that from the shadows. And Kong Kong readjusts accordingly. Don't see a way back in once again for TYL, but Irv, 1v2, maybe.
Yeah, EDG pulling away here and just falling. I think the only side that EDG is struggling on is towards that A side of the map. They seem very dominant through mid, dominant through B. This is new Abyss, the more updated Abyss, and it is arguably one of EDG's signature maps, I think. The big moments when they need them, EDG manages to pull through on Abyss, and right now we're seeing so on a very competent attack side, potentially looking to balloon their lead to twice TYL's. Score currently being 4-7.
And I mean, I already said that I felt like the composition would do well on the attack for TYL, so I feel like 8-4, not terrible. 7-5, immaculate. That's kind of what we're trending towards, right? But I am excited to see it once again, possibly the prospect of a 5v5 retake, as long as CB doesn't complicate it with this super deep security play, which doesn't seem to be the case. Spike is already down. We're already gonna have a retake. I don't see many like layers of complexity in terms of the flank department out of EDG, but there is a flank brewing from slowly.
Doesn't get it. Just doesn't. Can't get that going. Chichu, well aware of it, having seen that the retake was very belabored and slow. First shot goes awry.
Last round off.
Cloud burst at the feet. This Kang Kang, he's allowed to do it, and that's why finds a kill into Scales. Looking for the third, finds it. One more shot, and there it goes. Kang Kang, yeah, absolutely giving it. Telling him to sit down. Telling him to sit down across the map, and yeah, Kang Kang, a man who eponymous for his op, signature weapon of his as well, shows us in a big moment. Why? Had they had spare money?
Yeah, that was called a defense warm-up. A little quick 3 kills on that operator, so you can probably sport it in the next half if they win the pistol and get the money brewing early. The headphones were off immediately, by the way, as soon as the round was over, and that is the half. 8-4, we mentioned. Nothing to scoff at, I'd say, for TYL with this composition with the veto. We saw some impressive anchoring again from both Scales and Irv here, but you can't help but think they wanted more, right? A few of those ecos that were 1 round or 1 kill off, right? They were 0.32 seconds off, and you could have been up, look, at the half. So what do we need to see from TYL here in the second half to claw these 4 rounds back?
Default. I think that's we need a strong default. When I say default, I'm referring more to they just need to be contesting consistent space, right? So if they can constantly get that A main orb, that's a win. If they constantly have control of B main and that orb, that's a win. But if they lose control of both sides, you know Kang Kang likes to opt down B long, you know that Kang Kang's capable of opting down A main, and then you still have the rest of EDG that is playing everywhere on the map and is known to be historically a bunch of shooters. So if you can consistently contest the space on the map, it gives you some basis for a little fist bump there. Make it 2. Make it 3.
I think the mascots communicate. Just walks up to you, fist out, like, it's boom. And you have to just subliminally understand.
Madam, my hands don't uncurl. I'm permanently in fist bump position. But yeah, defaults. Defaults for sure.
Well, aside from the flashiness of Kong Kong, I feel like Smoggy was that extra layer of stability, right? CB as well, I feel like had a nice turnaround half there in terms of, again, being that impact player fighting alongside Kong Kong, but again, the player that was hunkering down, allowing them to be that risky aggressiveness was Smoggy in those situations, and being with this Omen Astra has been super fun to watch, and I feel like it'll be super, super useful on that defense as well. Coming into it here was an early TYL start. Can they get a second pistol to kick things off? EDG. Aggressive little mid-vent info hold from Chichu. They're just gonna duck little limbo action right under his nose. So without any B main pressure here, I am not quite sure what calls the 3-stack over towards Link, but by golly's EDG lucky they did. Paranoia re-clear looks clean. Sword forced on the back foot, forced to fight back towards Chichu again, you know, broke the vent, and now you have to look everywhere Because EDG, the reflood is immediate here. The threat neutralization is good, and Hervivid, who was the player tucked away lurking outside of B main, is also taken out of his burrow. And you can see they feel like that was perfectly called.
Yeah, I think that's just a premonition, just knowing that if it's not A main early and you don't have any info down there, most likely it's going to be on the other side of the map. I don't know what their default looked like from EDG, but I assume it had something to do with either a protocol where they play for noise on pistol, or even a protocol where they just play off of eyes. Just a jiggle peek into A main off of timing. If you don't see anything, then start shifting B. I think that's what we should be paying attention to. How does EDG, without the Sentinel, play for passive info? Is Kang with the Marshall hands, Marshall Mathers finds one.
He's near the dash. He's just here on an island. No TP out. It's winner die. And speaking of dying, Chichu over towards the B side. We mentioned these Astra anchors. Well, he just got 3 with a ghost while our focus was on Kong over towards A main, seeking out that last player. And vibes are there, the shots are landing, and EDG are up to double digits. And too early for a time. I haven't even had a rifle round if you're TYL, but your chances are slipping. And I'm glad we get a replay of that because, whew, I feel like he was about to jump off. That's crazy. He was prevented his quote-unquote honorable end. They wanted that ult orb.
Yeah, a bit late to try and defenestrate yourself off of Abyss, but he didn't quite get it. Kang manages to get 2 kills and Chichu gets 3, and that's 5 orbs for the side of EDG. That's a very interesting trip, by the way. Andis has a philosophy about how we go for it, but we'll talk about that later. As Kang looks to find one, takes Sword's head clean off his shoulders.
Good info off the refract, frames the fight for slowly. They get onto the site, but it's a little bit late, right? Spike is still down in main. You still have 2 players rotating over, so this is going to give EDG a lot of time to hopefully structure around a reflood, which is what you need, and now numbers disadvantage and worse weaponry. Instead, Smoggy peels off, making it a 2v4 the round, looking less winnable. Ash goes live, and I like the double swing there. It's all down to CB. 1v3. 2 players low, still 1 flash, and Gate Crash expended already. Through their spec show, no one's overfighting this on the TYL side.
Not at all. They're winning just by passively existing right now.
Yeah.
They know that CB has so much work to do, so just let him sit. Yeah. Just let him sit, just don't drop guns.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a long game effort. Could have found Splash if he was still on the line instead of second guessing the security raft, but still fight out in main and maybe find one of these players on their way towards spawn before the spike detonates. Nope. Splash, even with low HP, good cleanup crew. Extra ult orb towards that conversion paths, which they will need. Get that over that bump of the first ult cycle of EDG. That's gonna be the killer here when you only have 3 strikes and you're out left here in regulation, but this round, I liked this. It was like EDG, the first few rounds conditioned 2 things, right? Mid-pressure off players like CB and Kong fighting A main. So Kong delays his A main fight, finds a cheeky Sheriff kill, which, yes, gets traded, but again, it's Nico. You take your wins where you get them. And CB on the other side, the disrespect shown for the veto util as well is going to keep a player fixated there. So that's 1 less player in the fight, and a player like Scales who, you can see the veto fighting, right, alongside your duelists with that chokehold. Sorry, with that cost cut, I should call it, the teleport. And on the flip side, rifles. And the operator online for Kong. Who would have seen that coming?
Not me.
Surprised they have 3 here on A.
I mean, I think the reason why is because you're playing for anti-veto. So the idea behind veto, especially similar Brand's Chamber, is you want to be playing what is known as a contact sentinel, right? So you want your sentinel to be using their util not for passive information, but for more active information. So sending Veto to walk up, and I think Veto put his trip or some kind of piece of util towards A main, just to check if there's anyone there, right? You throw it to see if there's anyone in the smoke, you see if anyone's around corners. The minute you see nothing, you either take it back or you just leave it and hold that space. And then you default to the other side of the map. So they are playing for heavy contact. Like you said, having the Sentinel with the pack at all times allows you to have that extra body as well, and Scales proving very, very proficient in being that second rifle as the executes happen, and execute happening right now.
Yeah, Chichu. I mean, he got a 3K with a ghost. Let's see what he can do with A a Vandal. The smoke's covering the sites, isolating these fights, and the support has arrived. CB with the flashes in the background, lighting up Sky with fireworks, and now the site smoke drops as well. Cycling these double smokes allowed another fight to be isolated, but Chichu 30 HP. Thought he might have got ahead of himself, but there it comes. A pseudo one-way off the Cloudburst finds the final kill. Opposing IGL. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this I think is where you enter timeout territory for TYL.
Yeah, into the last 2 rounds. You have 2 more mistakes that you can make. You have 1 more mistake technically. The second mistake and you're out. So you have to call something, but what do you call from the side of TYL? I think they're just playing. I think they're playing the map fairly well. I think the problem comes that you go towards the A side of the map and there's an operator there. You go towards the B side of the map and you have to deal with Chichu, who is in form. You have to deal with a site anchor that's just not going to get off of site. And they're playing for what I'd like to call 2025 T1 style of gameplay. They're going to fight you at the choke. They're going to fight you for your smokes. You're not allowed to just take their site while they're on it. They're not going to give you the retake. So how do you navigate that? Obviously, the first suggestion is play aggressive somewhere else to shift the bodies over. But if you don't shift the bodies over, like they did that round, you end up with a Sentinel still on site and ready to anchor. Like Chichu. Chichu just absolutely didn't move. He sat behind on the new and the new construction, and yeah, it's a bit difficult. So let's see how they adjust to this idea that people are that EDG is playing for that very solid anchor. They're not really willing to give up the site itself, but they're willing to give up other space. Let's see how TYL navigates that.
Yeah, and it was kind of a half buy, and you mentioned, okay, if we can't get on a B because of the anchors, we can't get on an A because of the op. Mid seems like the logical space, which I think is why Kong is now top mid. But I really like this idea. I was actually going to recommend trying to challenge the operator. I mentioned in the beginning, right? Don't change your playbook because you're scared of the players, the individuals on EDG's side, like Kong. And that feels like the advice that was given or taken to heart, at least in that time out. They are in, and nobody is trapped in a corner by the Hinder. They re-cleared effectively, but speaking of re-clears, the paranoia comes through. Smoggy is still alive and fighting, finds 3 before finally being shut down, and Splash is able to do some damage control on the reflood there from players like CB and now it's down to 1v1. Chichu, sword. Still a minute left, plenty of time to navigate. It's just what choice, what path do you follow? And it's the A Heaven Challenge that will lead to, once again, a round that is 1 player between a win and a loss for TYL Gaming.
Yeah, and they I think they had the right read going towards A, expecting the operator to be there. The unfortunate nature of it is the operator wasn't there, and Smoggy floods onto site. That's a big thing you'll see, I think, throughout the rest of the series. Just flooding onto site and holding and supporting your site players. Nobody in this case was the site player. As well, nobody the player was the site player. And EDG having to flood onto it. Yeah, not at all. Imagine, have you seen the meme of the man squad? No man, somebody, nobody.
Yeah, I have. It's amazing. Speaking of amazing, they're headed back towards this A site, which is honestly smart, right? They pretty much got on the site with not much resistance until it came to the backside space, which is why Slowly has cleared out the backside space, right? Sets up the crossfire, immediately splash. I like the idea to fight forward here as well when you only have a Bucky in hand. Again, they're on these broken buys round after round because you can't lose another round. It is match point for EDG on your map pick, reminder. Coming into this, they're expecting this refight into security, hence the operator hold here, waiting, then able to dissipate. Oh, I don't think that was intentional. I was gonna divide up. EDG taking this 1 step at a time, and it is a minefield here on the A side. Earth plays off, just trying to keep these players alive, and I think this refight looked good until Chichu got involved. They line up along the Cosmic Divide, and that is map 1. They've knocked them down. They've gotten a strike on their enemy team's map pick. Whew. Wow.
That was potent. I think there's so many things to talk about, but the big thing to talk about is Chichu's performance towards that latter half of the game. Has to be commended. I think a lot of EDG's success was just from the fact that they had that confidence. They were just taking those fights. They were putting themselves in opportunities where a lot of the fights may be equal on paper, but you have the advantage of expectation. TYL fell victim to it, but it's all laughs, still smiles. They still know that they can come back into this. They're all in a good mood, which is a great sign, especially this early into the year, seeing that Mental is strong enough to survive a map. I think that is a big litmus test to how does a roster improve. But with shots like those to start off your game, you know you're capable. You know you can. You just need to clean up a couple of things, especially in how we trade, how fast those trades come instead of feeding those kills one by one. And I think TYL potentially can cause some damage going into map 2.
Yeah, I think first half we saw a confident TYL, the one riding the high of their previous win. When we got to them being on the attack up, I think they got in their head a little bit, and that's where that timeout brought them out of it 100%. But it came too late, and there was just, again, not much wiggle room, not enough room for error there, which, again, players like you mentioned, like Chichu, like Smoggy, were able to exploit really, really well when anchoring these sites, when reclearing this space on the site immediately. And I mean, if Kong Kong gets the operator online early in the half, like he did, it's only an added layer of complexity. And it's something you're definitely going to keep in mind over on Bind, because we're expecting to see it there as well.
Yeah, I think Bind's also a bit more standard if you're looking at it with them. Instead of having 3 lanes of different complexities, you have the two different sites, and you're playing for those longs instead with the TP. And the only thing I will say is, after this break,
来3、2、1，闪光！把堡垒号先清了。我下2楼，我下2楼。啊，直接输了。2楼烟上了，2楼烟上了，我不玩了烟，我不玩了烟，我开屁股了。OK，我下不了广角包了。屁股没线，我能下2楼。我们两个拉出去架1层吧。没阵。我们两个就这样架呗。我来打。一层飞机。他在排1层啊，兄弟。2楼。我就站这了，兄弟，我就站这了。2楼我可以直架。啊，我再补。2楼补烟了。给我Vito点化了。你家俩。你家要我补吗？要你补枪。输了。还加！我别了，咱躲着了，玩时间吧。别吵。Let's go!
Wow. And I think we heard really from those team comms, just again, how coordinated these backside fights were once they already got site control, which is a feat in itself, getting past, again, that veto, getting past that Astro Verve. And again, a big player that we saw in that highlight as well was Smoggy. And you touched upon the impact he had, but if you'd like to elaborate a little more, because obviously he was standout in this map.
That graph is insane, by the way. So for people who don't know, that white line is the average for Owen players on Abyss, and that red line was Smoggy's current performance. He had 1 kill per round, which doesn't seem as impressive when you phrase it like that. In my tone doesn't change it, but for a controller to be averaging a kill every single round, and Smoggy was half of the controllers of EDG, so definitely a standout performance. I even forgot about the 143k. Where he got dinged in the head, and yeah,
a few times I feel like
just eating bullets for breakfast. He's doing it a lot. And I wanted to look at Chichu's stats. 264 ACS. Okay, so the difference between the two of them wasn't as big as I thought it was. The pack was towards that 180 plus side, so you could see that they were playing for heavy, like I said, that T1 style of gameplay, fighting at the chokes, fighting for the smokes, fighting for the sites, fighting for any critical space. So EDG comes away with it, very, very competent, 13-5. Did they give them a round at all when the half swapped? No, they just fought.
It was an 8-4, it was an 8-4, so they gave him one.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, 8 out of 10 rounds is crazy. Not even be able to get the spike down enough because there weren't rounds left on the TYL attack side is rough. I think, again, I will say, I mean, number one, again, the thrifty attempts from TYL are going to be dangerous going into Bind, but also something, I feel like the success they found on Abyss for both of these teams is going to also translate pretty well, right? The double duelist will translate well, the double smokes will translate well, which just makes me more excited because I think hopefully TYL's warmed up, again, hopefully they've gotten the jitters out for the first map, even if it was their pick, and hopefully we'll get to see a map through. Hopefully we'll get to see that Pearl and see if EDG is counter-stratted or see if the first rep under TYL's belt will be stronger. But all of that and map 2 of Bind for VCT China upper bracket will come after this quick break.
'cause your body's left my mind on red. Forgive me, but I must confess. Oh, don't this feet right next to me, come on.
Welcome back to Project Horizon, the upper bracket round 2 between EDG and TYL. After an 8-4 half, EDG swept their defense with a 13-5 victory on TYL's map pick. My name is Obi. I'm again joined by Riga, and we are here to figure out if TYL can bounce back. You are worried. You're like, EDG, their bind, it's a staple, right? Can you tell me why?
I think EDG's way of playing, especially currently, has leaned over to that heavy flood defense. And like we said in the pregame, Kang's Yoru struggled, but it seems like bringing CB and CB actually playing that Yoru has solved a lot of EDG's problems, especially pacing-wise on defense. On attack side, they do whatever they need to, right? They can pick whatever fights they need to. The problem has always been, how does EDG balance their defensive tempo with having Kang as someone who likes hard rankering and taking those fights, and having someone who can move around the map and support the rest of the team? So I think going into this, we're Phoenix and a Raze with a Harbor and a Viper.
I don't care about the Raze, yeah, the Harbor pick on Bind, hello?
Okay, so the Harbor actually has a lot of relevance, actually. Harbor is one of those picks on the controller role for, on Bind that's really, really good because of how creative the smokes can be, right? So the idea is you play Harbor towards any kind of short side and you wall towards one of the extremities, so towards showers or towards B long, which allows your team to safely scale and contest that orb. That was old Harbor though. New Harbor functions completely different, so still have the same idea of the architecture of the double controller, double duel, but 2 off meta picks for the side of EDG. Is this an overcook?
I don't know. I mean, I said it was going to be double duelist, double smokes. Didn't expect it to be that flavor of it. You mentioned the KO and bringing flashes in that methodology, but we're bringing in the Phoenix, which honestly, I'm okay, I think, with for CB, because something we actually saw map 1 was CB got off to a slow start, right? It was first blooded a few times, off on their own. It's going to put them in the fight with the team a lot more, so it is going to kind of anchor them a little bit, it feels like, to Kong to a certain degree. And on the flip side of that, once they get to the defense, since they're once again starting the attack, I feel like it'll be really good for the information game, right? If you can cycle this ultimate effectively, you can use the TPs to get showers and fill off of the run it back, right? Like, I feel like it kind of helps with that flood style that you mentioned, with less risk behind it. So I am curious to see that while TYL is playing, I feel like a more expected, right, Bind composition coming into things, but they will have to bounce back unless they want to fall to the middle bracket, going 1-1 in kickoff here so far. So jumping into the game, as I mentioned, it is going to be EDG on the attack, TYL on that defense, and TYL, much like the Pistol and Abyss, look like they want to get proactive early. I was going to say the Sky on the B line. expect as soon as contact's made, some pressure towards A short, and it looks like we might even just get a massive TP play. No util behind it, it's dry, and so the curveball comes in, and they have hit a home run, CB. That's that threat neutralization we mentioned from EDG rearing its head here, and I mean, TYL, they just kind of doubled down and have now lost all their money, and that pistol.
The round's just done. In short, EDG took 5 steps and finished the round from there. That's it's a bit of a head scratcher as to what prompted. I guess
I liked the idea. I want some util.
Was aggression. Yeah, we need
I
more
want some
util. They have Teo salvos, they have Teo stun, they had so many opportunities.
Maybe a raise
to not
nade? I think they
take that
probably
so
would have had a
dry.
raise nade. I don't think anybody peeked A short unless they just naded off rip, which would be peculiar also. But all in all, what could have been. And now EDG up. Gets the buy. Nobody else to go for the ghost, so we'll probably see Vandals in addition to strengthen third round bonus. But TYL, I mentioned the use of the TPs on this map from EDG next half. They look like they have their own idea for that. Deho had the sight line, utilized the top screen to cross over, and now suddenly what was a B stack becomes an A stack, and EDG's call is to halt. Wait for these players to redistribute. They have plenty of time to do so with still about a minute and 15 on the clock.
And we're shifting over to this A side. Did they go for B main orb? Okay, they're starting with a very compacted defaults. They don't start really long, so Phoenix doesn't get the orb, but they are shifting over to this B side of the map. Kankan gonna find Splash.
No heals in this comp. It's difficult, but flashes are the trade-off. CB can be your entry instead. Hunted is up as well. This is really effective, I'll say, on bonds, right? The slow so you can't get back through this space, so you can't really flood back into the site. That was again, yeah, no, that's what I'm mentioning. It's so nice.
Yeah, walls of short, walls of backsides, and walls of bench. So that's for one smoke. That's insane value, actually.
Ooh. Well, it's gonna be nice. I thought it was gonna flush them into the fight and maybe their death, but CB nobody holding on. Perfect use of both curveballs. Immense value there from the Phoenix gain off of again the Harbor util in the early round and off of the bind geometry in the ladder. Again, as soon as they notice something's up, like the TP play that happened, as soon as they realized they lost shower side, I liked the call to again wait, pause, so that it wasn't you're fighting to 3 seconds, instead it's Kong Kong with the late clear fighting into a 1v1.
I think the big thing that the big thing I wanted to talk about is that wall and how they're actually using it. It's functionally 3 brim smokes.
Yeah.
For the cost of 1 wall, you're getting 3 brim smokes plus an additional smoke in Harbor's kit. And now a stun, so
DP's one off from the run back, and they just won shower space, so he should get that online. I know I said that we could cycle that pretty early, but I didn't expect it to be this early. Pop on the entry, Bombot gets good damage, and Smoggy is able to follow that up. Exactly what we want to see. Slowly, somehow, the Salvos is able to find his way out of TP, but it's only for another one. And in the meantime, they have lost short, they have lost sight control. So, one is in shower, you don't know where the brimstone is. They make the decision, I was going to say, do you flip the sight? Do you plant safe and framed for shower fight? Looks like the former.
spikes down in a 2v3 here, and I think the big thing is Sword doesn't have any util. Literally nothing to his name. It's going to be all guns, and he has to contest and clear through all of short, all of showers, and Irv on his own having to try and find something isolated. Outside of EDG, not giving anything, nothing for free, as Irv can take the first duel, finds it, finds Kang Kang and wins it. Sword's challenging front sight. Shots go awry, spam, jiggle, finds one, looks for the third. And EDG Chichu versus TYL's Sword. And the 1v1 and the spray favors TYL as Irv clutches around. Should have been unwinnable. It was a 2v3 with spike down for the side of EDG.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hong Kong was low while taking the fight there up against the Brimstone and up against Irv. I think they overfought that a little bit. I think I wish they would have tucked a little bit more when I was gun-ho. I think they got a little bit overconfident there and got complicit as a result. And yeah, this is again why you cannot underestimate TYL. I mean, and that's what's weird. We can say all this. It's like, oh, EDG should have done this and this and this. That was a bonus, right? Like, they weren't meant to win that. They utilized the run it back to get the site space, to get the crunch out on the A site, and it worked out well. They got the plant money down, so that's good too. And now they're just back to Vandals up against Bulldog as a guardian, a judge, because they couldn't get a full buy out of TYL because last round was their buy.
But then the question asks, should you have used the run it back at that timing as well? If
yeah,
you know
you'll
that
get it
the next
back.
one's going to be a rifle. True, but they're not contesting for B long. That's the thing. There's a lot of head scratching that's happening, especially in the beginning
He's like the first in every round. I think he gets his pick of the lots in terms of the kills, is my thought process here. And boy, oh boy, he better be ready. 3 players ripe for the taking if he can find them at their peak. I like the deeper toxic screen, right? You just cleared out all hookah, and now suddenly there's 2 players you might not be expecting to pop up.
Oh my god. Yeah, there's both of them.
Oh no, and now, I mean, it is a fiasco on the site because you realize they were so stacked heavily in hookah, they bounce out of garden, take the elbow space, and the TP feels like nice damage control from Scales, but you have a Judge, you have Chi-Chu holding his snake bite, and a Kong you kind of expected here, but the Harbor Util safe passage, and once again, it's these split players, and once again, we're gonna be looking for you not to overfight, but Splash finds the timing, it's all down to Chi-Chu! Again, 1v1, Judge on the other side, maybe a classic Guardian to get an upgrade. Scales. There's so much time here, point hasn't even gone down, right? I like the call to back off, you can wrap long, you can wait for Spike to get planted.
And a 1v1 here. Chi-Chu eyeing him up and finds it. 3 kills for Chi-Chu. Not willing to be outdone again in the second clutch of the round, and all I can say is I love this Harbor. I love this Harbor so much. I feel so much joy watching how these...
It's like pulling chaos into the map.
Yeah, exactly. Like how much value they're getting from being able to wall all the extremities with one smoke means that the controller is spending less time smoking and more time on site. So the Harbor was sitting inside of Tube, and I think they were second one out. Because Phoenix didn't even get a chance to jump out hookah. Now imagine Phoenix jumps out hookah. That's 3 people on that flood, and that both smokes, everything's smoked, and there's no reflood because of the slows.
I'll say, I feel like Tyler's being creative. I've liked the decisive calls, like to reclear space, like in hookah, for example, that round. It's just they need to get out faster, because you know a team like EDG is going to respond. And speaking of responses, this felt very uncontested. And we didn't even talk about, right? You have a Harbor Wall, you have a Blaze Wall, you have walls aplenty, a Viper Wall, and I mean, all this sectioning means nobody can take fights together. Irv, alone, slowly was alone, and CT as well. Kong getting the timing, but not the finisher. Splash never dealt with as well, means nice regroup and a Judge relinquished to hopefully clear this this U-Haul space off of the salvos. And that is beautiful positioning and beautiful shots. Splash and the Sheriff name a better combination other than maybe this paint shell and this bazooka. Showstopper out for the trifecta, and this is an eco that they want to convert, and they will this time.
Huh. Well, the Tyloo side is I think honestly the most proficient side I've seen on ecos in maybe the last 6 months. The way they're finding value in the set plays they have, there's such small micro things that they're doing correct, right? So the Lamps fight, obviously there's a Judge and Lamps, but throwing the double salvos to flush that Lamps player out there, sending someone to fight triple at the same time, contesting everywhere. There's a lot of ping-ponging from around the map. Tyloo side on their ecos is really, really proficient. I don't know what the difference is when they get the rifles in their hands. They're struggling so much to find those same set pieces and plays, even though the only side that has changed in weaponry is them. They are more favored on those rounds. So we're going to see how they approach this one. As Splash is going to find the first one. Shorty in hand, double pump, finds CB. Molly in hand, has to reload everything. He only has 4 shots and he's used all 4. Gets another 2 and Kang finds Splash. 1 HP though is slowly on the approach, doesn't manage to get the kill. Shots fired and wounds doled out. But no additional damage. It's a 3v4 in favor of Tyloo.
Chi-Chu's the timing on truck, I think perfect unless the tip of his head was spotted there. The difficulty is it might be a red herring, right? You don't think Sword is going to be holding the line because the Viper got the timing, so now Jig has given up. Kong at 1 HP could decide to rip a showstopper if they survive the orbital strike, and that is if, because they have fallen and now down to a 2v4 round, looking unwinnable. We talked about stabilizing on the rifles. Looks like this is that opportunity to do so.
And the delay util is
Wait a minute.
Tremendous. Yeah, there's a lot of delay util. Smong's gonna find one to perf, yeah. One Vandal and 1 Sheriff stole. Annihilation gets committed. Harbor ult gets committed as well. Behind one, Chi-Chu's gonna find one as well.
Hey, it slowly is low. They're sticking it.
In a 1v2. Shots fired. Gets the diffuser off the spike.
How much time is there?
Spike has been offed. How are they going to manage this? But it's 1 HP. This is a pretty scary situation if you're the side of Tyloo. Tap the spike slowly. Gets spotted. Jump spot reveals. Jump spot reveals once again. Not on the spike. Tries to get on. He might get it. He did. 3.36 seconds and the defuse gets stuck. Chichu takes one jump spot too much and gives the round to TYL.
Wait.
Oh, he's
No, EDG won that. EDG won that.
No, defuse. Spike got defused.
Did it?
Yeah, Spike
Wait,
got defused.
really?
Yeah. It was 3.6 something.
Oh, dang, that was so close. That did not look like 3 seconds. Wait, that is crazy. I gotta see this again and how close that was then.
Yeah, defuse Spike. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
wow.
crazy that he manages that.
Wow. I was about to say, Chichu's in these clutches have been crazy, but that one's gonna sting, and that opening kill's gonna sting more. Teleport full commit. Now you're hinging on hopefully Scales. Be like, Scales, can you help me out? Can I get saved from this this teleport position, especially with no satchels? And I'm surprised that EDG give it up. They don't refight it. They don't keep him pinned. In the meantime, look at the space gained by slowly over towards the B site. They can commit here pretty heavily towards A, knowing that this is going to be a follow-through. Kong, tunnel vision towards the backside. Didn't even care about the brimstone peeking out of U-Haul. And I mean, there's so much space control on this site for Tyloo. Look at the sky.
Look at slowly. Yeah, look at slowly. Finds the first one.
That's all they need.
Gives up sight, but does his job. Yeah.
Wow, and I mean, now you have the extra stealth drone for clearance. Your local player Kong's been taken out on the A site. The only thing that could save you, would be Chichu in the Viper's Pit, which I do like. Nobody as well. Nightfall on the line. Difficulty is like you don't have enough info about where everyone's coming from to direct this Nightfall to find optimal impact just yet.
And it's 2v5. Things are looking pretty grim. This Viper's Pit acts as an equalizer.
If you're even playing in it, right?
Yeah, maybe play for contact and then Nightfall? Here's the first one. Shots go awry. Doesn't find it.
30 HP for Chichu and a 1v4. Sorry, 1v5. Think about it. Where they found that splash kill is just not a clutch that he can win or make close. If we look at the previous lack of defusal stoppage. And honestly, I might be looking towards wanting an EDG timeout here soon. I feel like
to stabilize a bit because
they're throwing ideas at the wall, but they're not working.
1000%. They're not gonna go for the timeout.
They might do on the buy if they lose the Seco. They're one off from the run it back for CB again. They still have that Nightfall. I think I could see those getting invested this round. So let's see if that is in fact the idea. They're not fighting for any early orb for CB, which is my maybe antithesis to that statement, but I'm being smoke and for another kind of pop play off this Viper's wall. Did you notice that the Viper's wall a little bit more curved as well here from EDG because they have the hard retail to instead cover the site itself and the actual lurk up to U-Haul? That's again a slight difference that allows that more pop aggressive without much challenge play, and they flipped the site. I talked about punching your way into the back site. They've gotten that finally.
That's an impressive set piece. So they use the Viper's Wall that obfuscates the short jiggle, so they can get Phoenix into lamps and then ult the runner back from lamps. CB tries to get something. Yeah, jumps around but doesn't get the kill. As Chills are gonna be traded. TYL comes out on top though. Smoggy all alone and Scales and Herb drag EDG back into the pit and take another round.
Yeah, I don't know quite what happened with that run it back. I thought he narrowly got a gun. It turns out he didn't, and then he dies coming back into his main form as well. So I think maybe just getting good set theory, but then the late round execution falls flat a little bit there. I want to see what happens when he respawns CB. Looks like Irv might have been watching the body there. So again, they get two back side, but then they don't clear around triple side, right? So maybe like as we enter finally the timeout that I thought would get called when they come into the rifle round, maybe we need some late showers presence, right? To re-clear that. And when I'm looking at the composition, right, I would say that has to go to a player like Chichu probably, because he can still cycle the wall like from there and etc, etc. But then the difficulty is how do you get past the operator that we've seen now from splashes every round, right?
I think I think you're on the money here about them just contesting for any orb, because they've just been playing through short for a lot of this half. I think with the cadence that he was on, CB should have been on his third run it back. Just from good orb control and funneling plants to the right people, CB should have been ulting for the third time by round 8, because he got his ulti on round 3, I think. No, he got it on round. Yeah,
History.
You got on round 3 on the bonus. So he should be more aggressively going for these orbs. Okay, this is better. This is a lot better. You can see how much wider they are, starting for showers and starting for fountain. This is a better look, and on top
Look
of
at
it,
this.
they've
They're
avoided
gonna
the op.
They're gonna result, aren't they?
Reckon? Oh,
Or
maybe.
you're gonna smoke one side and get on an aggressive deep line. It was one of the two. Either one would have been super disruptive here. So I think that's why we had EDG waiting so far back here. Also maybe trying to dodge a stealth drone or a possible guiding light. But this switch up from TYL out of the timeout to this exploration, slow, methodical, into short, I really like. It just does hinge on Splash hitting the shot, and slowly, I was gonna say, not peeking a solo. But they win that fight anyways. You talked about that third run it back. Well, there it was, and unfortunately, does just fall short.
2 members of EDG drop immediately, and it's not even the first 30 seconds of the round. 4 members if you count the Phoenix ulti, which also gives so much info. Splash gonna find Smoggy, trying to cross towards that orb.
Okay, nice use of the Blaze Wall. Spike recovered. You'd expect him to regroup, perhaps, with nobody, but they were trying to hope somebody re-peeked that he could punish here, because you're going to need kills regardless of how you spin this round when it's a 2v5. At this point, I would be maybe calling a save. No? Like, the half's almost up. You have... It's going to be 6-3, so 3 more rounds, so you play out the next. You should have, again... be a save and then end on a buy, if that's how the cookie crumbles, and it does seem to be the call here.
Yeah, and you don't really want to give up any ultis either. Slowly is 2 off, and your nearest ulti on Smoggy is, I think, 3. So bit of a tricky situation. You just have to do nothing and pray that the side of TYL doesn't get hyper aggressive and take these guns from you. Money also a problem. Chichu had to buy down to 0 and Smoggy down to 300.
I'm trying to think about what went wrong out of EDG that round, because again, they had an entire game plan from the timeout. I think one of them was not expecting this fight, and I mentioned I wanted to see Chichu alone, but it was this refight more than anything, I think, outside of B-Long that was really, really nice. And then again, just not enough clearance utility for this operator either, because you have such a contact-heavy composition, right? I mean, you literally, like the Fade Prowler, maybe, but again, nobody was... nowhere, no joking. And 6-3.
I thought you were talking about nobody as in people. No one is in the area.
No, nobody
the player.
Nobody the player. You're one info initiator on this comp.
Someone named Nobody wasn't there.
Yep. I think he was the one that kind of got massacred in that B-Long fight, so couldn't really help you out with the op line. Speaking of not helping with the op line, Splash, right place, right time yet again. Harbor Util not in place just yet, or just disrespected as well. The slow not connecting, but that shot will. That is 2 down. That is your info initiator down, and a spike has been recovered by the Harbor. Smoggy sticking around. And it's like, no matter where you go, this defense looks ironclad for TYL. I mean, there's a one-way in showers now that Sword can salvo off of, that they can hold this choke. The Viper's Pit A short, right? And obviously the Op B. So I honestly respect the decision to commit to the showers fight here from EDG.
Yeah, they're flush out of options. Kang potentially offering one, but immediately gets shut down by Sword.
Expect him on bench? Nope.
Chichu finds one. Okay, this is
that timing was
good.
Usually, I think
more real now.
I think that was because Kongkong usually is like a lurk player that gets ahead of the team, so then maybe that was the missed thought process here. Speaking of missed thought process, don't know how you're alive, but it's not for long. Chichu snipes the rays out of the sky. Scales, though, had re-cleared the site space off the light perspective U-Haul, but again, it's at the cost of the pit. It drops. You're in a 1v2. The orb would allow Smoggy to isolate at least one fight if he can find the timing onto the sky. Does, but slowly finds the kill instead. And this is the TYL confident 1 round at a time that we like to see, confirming that they will be up at half regardless of the outcome of the next few rounds.
The thing we do need to be critical about is there's how many walls on the side of EDG? 3? 5 smokes total, and they're still dying to the operator. They have so many opportunities to contact up, and they're still dying to the operator on what I could argue is the second peak of the round. If you count the peak from Fountain into Short and then from Fountain into Long, it's the first or second. It's the one that you're expecting the up on the most, right? And they're not using enough util. They're not using any util to deal with it until after that first person dies. So, side of EDG just needs to recognize all of that util that they have at their veil, and this up shouldn't be as big of a problem as it has been lately. There you go. This is a lot better using the harbor utility to stun and flush out anybody who's playing inside of that A main smoke.
Oh,
Nightfall
wow.
to get solid info.
The dog! That is a beautiful Trailblazer Nate combo, and it allows them to stay alive. And Shower, you mentioned trying to fight for both these spaces, but they've lost Shower's control, so I think the right call is to, yeah, I would say TP at this point, right?
Yeah, just get out of here. Yeah, just fully get out of here.
Gotten them all, yeah. And so how did Splash find Chichu before he TP'd? How? And now, I mean, you just go hightail it over if you can. Don't give them time to reposition the post. Don't give them time to push up into CT. And even if you push up into CT... Okay, I was gonna say, I was hoping the op wasn't there. Yep, Splash now with Vandal in hand. They were expecting it.
Oh, slowly finds that.
He's been winning all of his ones.
But nobody finds one. Looking for the second, shots go awry. Into the wall, doesn't find a target yet. Smoggy's still relatively healthy, can find both of them if he picks and chooses his targets. Finds the first one, 682 his name in 1 bullet, and Sword finds the 1 bullet. Nobody doesn't manage to land those subsequent shots, and 8-3 at the moment. Potentially an A4 similar repeat of what it was last map.
Yeah.
What went wrong?
This round's so interesting. I mean, no one, especially number 1, to refight through Brit Molly. That's number 1. Number 2, I feel like the call to rotate to B came like 3 to 5 seconds too late, right? If you call it a little bit earlier, I think the Molly's not down. I think you get Chichu in the post, which is huge. He's obviously that clutch player, so yeah, I think it was just a mid-round call lapse there a little bit. That's led to now 7 in a row for TYL. Has led to it's all over the place. The light shields aplenty. You do have some ults coming in this last round. I think that's your silver lining, but that's also why we're again getting aggressive, slowly setting up the operator. Speaking of slowly, he's also been winning every single 1v1 he takes, basically. So that's another thing. And see, there you go. Like I said, I couldn't have laid that out better. The script has been signed, sealed, and delivered.
And he's just confident. That's, I think, the crazy thing that's catching EDG off guard here. He's just confident. Your Sky is walking up to hold space that your operator hold for that 1 shot, and you're not expecting the follow-up, and so he stands there.
Yeah. You're not expecting the op here
take
either.
a shot. Ooh, rare miss. A rare miss, and is this costly? Yes, very actually. CB finds the kill there.
Yeah, I cannot believe they refought that, and at least CB has some healing materials here, but yeah, there it is. Armageddon, the ultimate's coming through here to reclear the site space. A little early. They can at least get out, but there's 45 seconds left. That's one of the walls expended. Irv, like the reposition. Gap identified. They're just layering util on util, and this is what I was going to touch upon with the Skies. You have the tail to rely upon. So you just layer your initiators together.
It's timing falling apart a bit at the end. The CB finally heats up, run it back. 21 HP. He's going to become full HP, so it's actually a great ulti here. Gonna go hunting for it. Scales is going to find him, but now he's dealing with a full HP Phoenix. Moggy sends shots, dinks, and finds it to Scale, and mirror halftime. 8-4, 8-4. But this time, 8-4 in favor of TYL.
And I think the difference that round was we finally saw what happens when TYL runs out of util. Like, they were exhausting everything to keep these players inside of Hookah, and when they finally ran out, they finally got out on site and taking these dry 1v1s, which was, and when you don't have the operator, that makes it pretty easy to do so. So there we go, 8-4, up at the half. It is, in fact, a mirror. We didn't see really much contest once the sides swapped, but there's also separate starting sides, so we'll have to see how that fares coming into the next, where TYL will be on that attack, EDG on that defense. And, you know, we got like a prelude of the operator on Abyss attack for EDG because they're confident in their score. We didn't really get that here, so I'm curious to see if it's going to be, again, a core of the defense that'll require winning the pistol, finding some sense of stability here.
I think a big thing that we need to be looking for is that pistol. I think if any comeback is possible for EDG, a pistol needs to be won here. But you've seen how dangerous TYL is. This is a team that looks drilled on their ecos. So we're going to see, does TYL manage to edge their lead slightly further with a good econ win, and then balance that out? And this should be fairly fundamental for like a team that's this confident and this confident on their ecos.
Mm-hmm. Either way, I do think that they're going to have less issues with the operator, with, I think, the composition for TYL playing on the defense over playing on the attack, because they're not contacting into it when... Yeah, like a Fade is one of your scan initiators, but it's just, I don't know, like the Fade util just wasn't as effective as we needed it to be. It was just disrespected. I will say on the other side of things, I'm trying to figure out who I'm going to see as that lurk player, that big player on TYL's side. When you're the double initiator, right? I feel like you can just, again, force your way, strong hit your way into a site, especially when you have a player like Splash, who is aiming, right? Like, look at these stats, this map. Like...
390, I think that's ACS, 392.
Yeah, ADR,
ACS in the first
and
half.
multi-kills. Like, I would not be surprised if we could see him drop like a 30 bomb before this map is over. That'd be impressive. Like, that is... He's at 50 halfway there, see? What did I say? But pistol round. See how this determines the game? That was one of the rounds EDG was able to win, and then they almost converted that bonus. What could have been, right? From that round and from the .32 from Chichu, but now, huge kill there. Found already early on. Early TP as well. They know the drone was coming through showers, so you know the Taeho was here alone. And this is where I mentioned the mid-round immediacy of calling, right? Look at how fast they're in hookah. Look at how fast they're coming on this B side. Nobody is alone, and I don't think the reinforcements are going to arrive on time, so he does have to tuck away long. This is nobody we're talking about. He might be able to hold his own here with a little ping-pong action, and there the recruits come.
Oh, holy bat out of hell is Kang. Double satchels and finds one. Immediately CB running down Sword, yeah. Gets full stunned, and Sword finds 2 kills there, which is massive. Kang and CB, the Phoenix and the Raze, respectively fall as nobody finds the first one. Shots go awry on the follow-up. Chichu opened up the round looking to close it.
Tyler managed to win this round. I will be astonished. And this is slowly we're talking about, right? As I need to see his 1v1 rate on this map right now, because I feel like it's nearly 100%. And Chichu.
Spikes in hookah.
Yeah. I'm expecting to be sitting on it.
Gives up the play, yeah.
15 seconds.
Chichu
little scrappy.
Comes out on top, yeah. Very scrappy. That double kill in short from Sword onto CB and Kang gave a lot of hope where it shouldn't. Yeah. It shouldn't have been that close, but Tyloo is dragging this game to its absolute limits. They're dealing with the aggression really well, and EDG is still putting their foot to the gas and trying to make a lot of those plays work. Sort of test the fear and test the metal of this Tyloo side, but the Tyloo side steady as ever.
Yeah.
And hopefully continues to be that steady. We know how dangerous they are on their second round and on their eco conversions. Let's see if this is follows the trend. Sword has the new gun, the Bandit. We haven't spoken about it much, but Sword is currently in possession of one.
Ooh. Oh, Bandit, Sheriff. Either way, Pistol finds an opening kill here. We mentioned again the Tyloo Eco's rear in their head. Kong is in position with the Outlaw to try and snuff out this Eco attempt. Free fire. Almost clips, but the real star of the show right now appears to be Chichu. The timing on K's is probably to get the trade, but that is a kill found. That's more than anything information, right? That they are, in fact, looking like they were going to head B. And that is appearing to be the call for now. I like the gun shuffling. I think that's why we see this halt again. I feel like Tyloo's calling this map has been really nice and has been one of the difference makers versus EDG.
Massive one. And Sword is, like we said in the pre-round, an interim IGL. Until Tyloo actually finds an IGL that they're happy with, Sword is going to be the man making those calls. And Sword, in a very Chekhov's gun call sort of way, falls to the operator that was juggled back CT, Kang. In heaven, sees his foot, spots Slowly's leg, fires off one shot, has one more shot in the barrel, fires off the second, doesn't find it, and Splash finds him. 1v2, nobody versus Spoggy in the clutch here. Spike is down, 45 seconds, rapidly elapsing. A Splash, 5 shots fired, finds nobody. 3 kills for Splash. Looking for the 4th one, gets a refunded paint shells. Spoggy with the regen shield, looking to find damage here, but Splash finds 4 kills. Makes it nigh impossible for the side of EDG to extend their lead or begin the comeback more effectively.
I think I was joking about the 30 kills, but it looks like Splash is taking it quite seriously. 4 kills for the Sheriff. The player that really does bolster this eco attempt and hand it over to Tyloo. And that is a very difficult round to lose if you're EDG, right? It's an 8-4. That was your way back in, was to round these easy pick-ins up and maybe have a bonus attempt at conversion in that third. That's been dashed. Chichu has a hero rifle at least, but it's sheriffs everywhere else, and looks like a pseudo crunch attempt. And I feel like with this comp, like you can't really anchor your sights. Like I feel like you can get bulldozed pretty easily, which is why they're trying to pick out all of these early nooks and crannies. They have to, it feels like.
Scales finds one. Onto Kang, yeah. Smoggy is ready for the trade, and CB finds one cross map.
Clear Smoggy. Scales is not going to clear Smoggy. Okay, if Smoggy lost that, I would have been like, okay, we're going to Burrow. But for now, if they can eco them back, that would be huge. No weapons collected, still have the Chichu hero rifle as well. So bait nobody and get the switch if you're Chichu is the idea here. The Bulldog bites down hard though, slowly finds one. The trade, at least from CB, is good. The high curveball to get the man back and get the kill. Just like that, that's the confidence we want to see even in a precarious position like that, and try to convert an ever important bonus.
Yeah, and eco traded for and eco traded as EDG bringing this lead within 3. The trades are just not going the side of it. Like when you sequence a lot of these kills, you sequence them like first, second to fifth. Obviously, when you're counting down. EDG is not only getting the first kill, but also getting the second and/or third kill in sequence. So the numbers drop and the entire default destabilizes quite rapidly if you're at the side of TYL. But let's see if EDG can keep this destabilizing, these opening frags as potent as they have been.
Yeah, you can kind of see TYL wary now of these fights that are basically inevitable at this point. Odds even in short before peeking out. Prowler reclear timing is good to say. Nice. The C's nade forces you to splash his hand. That's been your key player on the entries. Taken out now immediately. That was the showstopper as well. Possibility gone. Look at this. They're reclearing. They're contacting up successfully this time. You don't have no fear of an operator. Just Kong and taking his duels. And well, the kill's not found. The chip damage is good. The high tide is good. Through it. The tracers are good. And EDG. That 3-round gap starting to look like 2, unless this lurk finds something. No, please clear the corner. Thank you. You can't get burned by the same thing twice, Scales. But with 5 HP, even with the regen shield, your spike is still a short. They're calling the bluff. Wait, CB. This is so smart.
Pops the spike. There's Scales on the wrong side of the map. It's a long rotate if you want to try and get to spike, and you don't have a lot of HP. So, looking like a savior for the side of CB. Does their money survive this? Looks like it. Yeah, 1.4, 1.7, 1.3, and 1k. They should be able to buy next round if you're the side of TYL, but this round is pretty much gone. There's no way to do enough damage.
Does TYL have both timeouts?
Yes, I think so.
I would take one if you are going to buy this next round. You mentioned again being broke. We have a lot of high-profile ultimates about to come online. Sword off one Armageddon. You have the Showstopper, slowly 2 off Seekers. I think this is an excellent time, and they're probably having that pseudo conversation here right now with this save. So it's gonna be okay. Did the coach think enough was said where we don't need the timeout, or are we gonna call it anyways?
I think if you're the coach for TYL, if I'm the coach in TYL and I'm sitting here watching my team, a lot of the deaths that we're having now are quite silly. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
The Raze dying while jump spotting top shot, he's not gonna go for it. He's still holding both his timeouts. Yeah, a lot of these deaths are quite silly. Jumping up, obviously he got U-told, but being in that zone or for that timing alone is a bit problematic. We're losing our contacts.
Regardless of the implications for this series, I feel like this EDG comp, I feel like it's not going to be sustainable for future series. I don't know why I'm getting that urge, but for now, it might be what they need for the comeback. If the curveball was there to support nobody, now he's got trapped in the corner. The reclear attempted off the special delivery and the salvos, but nice blaze wall to relinquish the pressure to get back out. And now, I like that they immediately pivot to start fighting towards shower, right? If you lost short control, if you're worried about Smoggy holding on to this space, and you need that info, that control elsewhere. And now with just over a minute left, go silent. It's on the B side, and I feel like TYL have a decision to make.
Decision is either we re-clear onto A side and chance fighting the pack, or do we shift over to B where there's a lot of unknowns and potentially that's where the pack has moved. So a lot of options here. Kang set up with the op, acting as a pseudo sentinel here.
still in the dark too, so they are not going to know about this. They don't have a drone to clear it. They don't have a boombot to clear it either. So I'm expecting at least one from Kong Kong, if it's Kong Kong we know. Maybe a collab if we can. No! Oh no! He's burping his own showstopper! And there it is! The perfect support alert player taken out as well from Sword there. All options basically expended, and Irv, who was in the back lines with the spike, just waiting for the teammates to terraform the side with 50 HP is like, hey guys, what happened? Do I save here? And I mean, this is where... Yeah, you can't even... Okay, thank you, Kong Kong. You didn't make me a liar. You got at least one with the op. I appreciate you for that.
I think the big thing that's letting them down here is, we mentioned the kills get sequenced. That first blood came in favor of TYL, but then the second blood immediately gets traded by EDG, and then you can see the kill feed just lights up green in favor of the defender side. So TYL, yeah, there's the timeout. I think it's around too late though. Your team is now officially on an eco. TYL's ecos, however, are early pop adjacent. They are basically GC shares at this point in terms of their efficacy and conversion rate. However, is it too little too late is the question you have to be asking yourself. EDG has one round before they completely tie up the game, and they seem to be in abundance of confidence going for that A short on a rifle round of all things. Well, the walk down on a rifle round is very, very confident, and if you're the enemy team, it's very, very disrespectful, because they're basically telling you, we don't respect your short take. We don't think you're going to go showers. We're just going to walk down short and stop your hits before you could even have the time to develop it with the util. So, but the TYL guys seem in good mood. EDG guys seem very, very focused about this lead, and you'd love to see that coming out the timeout. Good mental going into it, as the round after the timeout tends to be arguably the most pivotal one.
Yeah, you mentioned the timeout being too late. I feel like it's too late in terms of keeping the lead they've established. Too late to, you know, win them. Like, if you're gonna lose the map or not, I think they're still okay. We'll have to see though. Coming back into the game, finally, we talked about that eco. I will say, we know that TYL is not afraid to use these ults on ecos if they see a window of opportunity. And with a hero rifle in hand as well for scales, I could see that coming to fruition. The difficulty here is the salvo is the curveball. They don't stop Kong Kong. And the hot hands as well, basically acting so that the race can get away and peek at will, are really nice. And splash while your sheriff is clean. It is not op denial worthy. Smoggy, a gap on short that's going to be quickly filled by the flank from nobody here. The backstab is almost perfectly timed. Little close up, no scope action, why not? And there it is. Trying to go for the 4K. Scales backside. This is getting a little dicey, but CB, there it is. Off of nobody. They are good to go. Keep it pretty clean. Should run and get the operator back, and they deny any momentum shift with an eco out of that TYL timeout.
Yeah, the lead is the timeout's too late for the lead, but I think the double-edged sword, we always talk about the team that timed out. That's crazy. Full blind. So we always talk about how the timeout is important for the team, but it's a double-edged sword, you know? That timeout might have actually cleaned up a lot of EDG's problems that they couldn't risk timing out for due to breaking their own momentum. So yeah, a very, very good round from the side of EDG, and it's a tie ball game, everyone.
Yeah. And look at this, Smoggy went off ult, nobody has an ult. G2 has one off an ult. They're finally waiting for these fights, and I was gonna say, if you got a clot there, then I was like, okay, GG's EDG 2-0, but slowly, again, wins every time when there's like a contact heavy engagement. Feels like this map keeps that record up. Irv. I was gonna say, the positioning.
He looked away at the worst possible time.
Yeah, I was like, I like the short control here, and now it's forcing these players towards the B site where this Nightfall is stacked, right? And there it is, it tries to keep these players at bay, Armageddon out, but it did leave a gap that, oh my god, Irv has pre-fired successfully. Chichu out of the picture, a 2v3 with the Harbor ult online. We could see it come in, and I would, but that's where the Orbital Strike can try and deny. Too fast, too fierce, it doesn't matter when you're nearsighted like that. It's a 1-for-1 trade. CB out in the open, fighting demons. Too many directions to look, and the one you really need to look is behind you. Slowly, 3 kills on the round. TYL break double digits first.
Yeah, big ultra on there is that you saw firsthand the changes to paranoias in the most recent of patches. Not this patch, I think it was a previous one. Kang walking down there is unfortunate, but the thing that cost him was the vision that you can still see, because the minimum distance you can see someone while paranoid is a lot further now to dissuade or to weaken the paranoia as a piece of kit. So that was like a big factor. I think if that paranoia was shorter, if the wall was slightly further away, that round looks completely different and is more EDG favored. But another op. They managed to buy another op on the side of EDG.
Yeah, I mean, when you've won quite a few in a row, that can happen. But interestingly enough, no matter how many times EDG get burned, they are still fighting, right? And this time it works out. That is the first blood. That's one of the initiatives out of the picture. Smoggy as well. We're going back to the problem of nobody fighting for showers space, right? And it is a continually an issue. And the sectioning from the harbor on the site itself is only further isolating for TYL.
5 here. Is it? It's not even a save angle. There's too much time and you're in too dangerous of a spot. So you just need to look for damage and not be a victim of damage. Scales once again. In what is arguably an insurmountable clutch, but gonna take an attempt at it, and CB shuts that down where it stands. Doesn't even give it a chance to start.
There it is. Once again, opportunity to pull ahead here for EDG. And I'm not expecting the best to buy out of TYL as well. They're kind of in that purgatory of buy, save, versus we talked about EDG having the money to, even after losing a round, right? Come into this and buy again. There it is. Stinger, Vandal, rest of some pistols. Splash. Didn't get burned by the double satcheling into the A set, looking like he wants to have a reprise here.
Oh yeah, he has the Bucky. Yeah, he managed to force a Bucky, hoping for some heavy lamps control.
Or if they pushed into shore, that'd be a real nice punisher.
Yeah, I think they might have a misread on it, because the problem wasn't the lamps control. The problem was what happened with their lack of showers control. So I think they have a read. I don't know how accurate it is. Here's the Bucky, and the Vandal wins out, even at close range in the CB's hands.
Oh, that is a bold Ray fight. At this point, CB, I would just give up the space. You don't want to donate the Vandal to their cause. And there it is. Trailblazer seeking him out. I like the Blaze Wall, so you can't force through that additional damage. And there's the Shorty. And that's why you fall off, is now you can group up with nobody. You can start re-clearing this space one step at a time. And I asked for more showers control, so thank you, Sword, but it is a little late. You were the last one. Standing CB gets a 3K, and for the first time since Pistol and the follow-up, EDG have the lead.
Yeah, and like it's immediately diagnosed the issue. The problem wasn't lamps. Obviously, CB getting the kill there was massive, but it's every other player that's playing auxiliary to this lamps player. It's the front side player, it's the player who's playing inside of showers, and your lack of showers contest is causing a lot of issues for you. So the side of EDG finally working through some of that weirdness that they had on the start of defense and punishing on this side as Kang brings the up over to the B side of the map.
Yeah. Haunt out, set him up on the pixel line. Hit, try to force them towards this operator, obviously. Yeah, that's where the double initiative comes in clutch, right? You're not gonna have that same issue this EDG comp had of fighting into that operator. And even if you don't know where the operator is, you can definitely flush out corners pretty easily with all the salvos, the paint shells, the works. In the meantime, though, they use so much utility to do so that I'm not quite sure what's left on the tank to actually puncture into this beast site.
There's one salvo, there is no sky flashes, they still have the dog. So to clear out the close corners maybe, but they don't
not like
really have
space management util.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. That noise, this is a common TYL strat, just try and reevaluate. I think that's what's giving them that edge in the calling, at least on Bind. I am worried that they've overcooked and these two players are just going to fall and then it's going to become then a 3v5, right, with the Viper's Pit over towards A. And boy, oh boy, am I wrong. Splash holds his own. Now, is huge kills found, and now the TP, when you think they'd rotate to fill that gap? Ugh, this round's not over yet.
Well, the Viper's Pit's committed, but he doesn't find the Viper in the pit, finds the Viper when she leaves the pit. The curveball lands, blinds 2. Spike being planted, trying to be planted, attempted 10 seconds on the clock. That's plenty of time, and Sword gets the plant down, and TYL ends up breaking the momentum of EDG here and finally pulling back around post timeout.
Breaks the momentum. Well, what momentum? That was so back and forth. With timeouts left on both sides as well, I feel like we're gonna have a very like snail's crawl last few rounds of regulation until we get to overtime, right? If we get to overtime.
This feels like an overtime game, yeah.
Yeah, it's giving American football where they say their timeouts to the last few seconds to get that extra time just to get the few yards they need with the last points on the board. But for now, I mean, EDG, yeah, they're liking gambling for these early round fights and hoping they go their way. And that's another gamble. That's a big one at that. CB run it back, no longer an option. Nobody. I like the idea of him going for a repeat here for one reason. He gets this kill, that is the Nightfall online, and then you give up the space. In the meantime, they are running the risk of not having anybody long. They decide, evaluate, they fall off instead. That drone was supposed to go to the TP, and it just headbutted into the corner from the Teo.
It's having a long day. And I think the big thing...
You have a long day? Nobody was just caught sleeping.
Yeah,
that opens the entire B site. And you have alert play. Look at Scales. Oh, good from awareness from Hong Kong.
Had alert player.
Alright, Showstopper, Operator. Pretty decent raise user with the nade and the bomb bot. How did they get back into this? Does he get a different gun? Or did we just see pros on Faggy? They try to get on it. The hide died.
Options, lots of options, and lots of potentiality for where the side of TYL are playing this post plant from. You have another smoke. You do have the wall that just came back for
already
Harbor.
expended.
There's no salvos in play. Ooh, that's a big shot that went awry.
Wait, Smoggy has a half. Oh, almost halved. I think you're saving the op. There's not enough time left.
Yeah,
if Smoggy got it to half, there was a world, but the spray connects that Cove no longer protecting you. Just
That's
like
such an unfortunate whiff.
Yeah. I don't know if it would have made a difference though. I feel like they were just spraying down long anyways, so yeah. But again, it's these early fights. Oh, even while so blinded out. In this moment right there, if that kill goes their way, then they don't get to float on the B. They don't get to set up before the rotations come through. Again, so many of these rounds have been coming down to one fight that completely steers it towards a different outcome.
And there's the timeout. No time better than now. You have to get your team to overtime if you're the side of EDG. And yeah, like you said, I don't think it's not individual. It's not like macro problems. It's individual flashes of brilliance that are costing or even being rewarded in these moment-to-moment basis. So for the side of EDG, just gonna. I think that's extremely tragic that Sword. If you're EDG fan, obviously. If you're a TYL fan, you're saluting Sword in leaps and bounds for getting that double kill. Not only killing someone off the rip through swinging through the smoke, but getting that immediate frag that opens up the site executes is a massive boon for the side of TYL. And very good shooting from the TYL RGL.
Oh, absolutely. It's like the players, like we had a trio on EDG side map 1 that were like holding their own, were like very, very positive, and it's kind of like we've handed that now off to Slowly and Splash on this side for TYL. And Sword as well, with that multi-kill is kind of getting up there as well. Splash has slowed down too, interesting enough. I was doing my 30 kill tracker, which you still get to with a few cycles of OT and this operator online. Attack operator, by the way. I said, come Splash, I said we weren't gonna have to worry about the attack op.
He heard you. He's challenging. I think he wants to challenge Kang. That's why he came towards the Shao side of the map. So looking for a re-challenge, but the problem with holding it up against this Phoenix comp is you're upping into a Phoenix, and you can't really turn away in time because your attention is so narrowed on that reaction time sightline.
I'm noticing a very big difference in the EDG round, which was no fight off rip, right? It's delayed, and this time it's safe with a run it back instead of a pure commitment from 2, maybe 3 players. So I do like that. That's a huge call. The coach is probably like, guys, all right, hit the brakes. We're fighting too much. Question is, will it pay off? Will they be able to win these engagements against a TYL that's really heated up? And now they do. At least find themselves in a stalemate.
Very slow and belabored. Yeah, look how far back Scales is playing because he's anticipating that B main or that B short walker.
I mean, they don't have every round walking something. This round is the exception. Seeker's out. Salvo's out. They have at least gotten bench and front sight control, but the entire team for EDG feels like they're here, ready to reflood. Do they have the ults to do it? Yeah, they have the showstopper. They have the Nightfall.
He's gonna find one. Smoggy's gonna find one as well here as slowly finds a kill onto Smoggy, trades it out, and time's ticking very low, 10 seconds left. Sword at the open hand. Spike's trying to be forced here by Scales, and he gets off, and there's no time left on the clock.
Oh, the 1v1! Oh, you mentioned that no time left, had to go for the fight, and tucked in the corner, hoping they just walk past with no time left. Nobody finds the kill. Just in the nick of time, that timeout gets them over the hurdle. The call is perfect, that they just needed to stop fighting, trust in their abilities to hold these sites, and if they lost control of the site, which they did, they could just dump the ults, and that was the emergency button. So we are going to overtime. EDG versus TYL. Cannot underrate this team, even if they fall to the middle bracket here right now. FPX first, EDG a possibility here if we go to map 3 of Pearl. Do we get glass cannon ops for both sides, we think? Yeah, well, there's one. Like, not when I say for both sides, I don't mean in the same round. I mean, like, are they both going to buy them on the defense kind of vibe?
Most likely, yes.
Alright. Okay, I like this. Big problem was they were just funneling through short, if you remember, using that toxic screen, using that blaze wall, and ignoring Shower's control. Here, they've left a super heavy deposit of one of the duelists and one of the smoke players, so you can probably wall out of Shower and have CB scale and flash through it. Very nice switch up here already. Depth of the strat book that we did not see regulation side.
Shots a rare miss from the side of Splash. Splash doesn't quite get it, fires 2 shots off and just gives Kang a haircut here. It looks like it's going to be a heavy A-pop with this util.
Wow. And again, I think the issues we saw from their attack half are fixed right here in this round display. The difficulty is you have to get past the heroics. A beautiful fight there from Splash. Keeps Scales concealed. Kong is low and taking this engagement boldly. That is a huge risk and a huge reward now. A 2v2 to a 1v2 where you can group up, you can get the showstopper off the plant, and you can get the round. Stand up and bask in the aura and the intimidation.
Kong is one of the very few people who I see every single series just staring someone down. Every single series he finds an opportunity to look at the other duelist and say, hey, you want to go with the best? Let's have a show, you know? And Kang shows up big here on that jump, but I don't think Splash's contribution can be undercut there, as a couple of shots in the right spot find 2 kills there, and EDG edging away slightly in OT. One more, the return of the sides.
Chichu, we just said, guys, that fighting early wasn't the solution. Okay, Chichu, you're the exception, I guess. Going for a third, going for the fourth. Finally, Splash, your hero duelist, takes care of it, but oh no. Hot hands,
Scales
you get burned. It's all down to Scales in 1v2. Oh. Spike's recoverable, at least. It could have fallen into the DP. But if you go back B, there's not really a wall to assist you there. You're gonna run into the operator, likely CT. Look at how deep Smoggy is. This feels like, I was gonna say the beginning of the end, but he doesn't keep going. I think he should have kept going.
Yeah, you have to play very passive here because you're so disconnected if you're the defenders.
Yes, yeah.
You just give up sights, yeah. That's why Scales just commits to the B side, because the worst thing you want to do is try and get caught in that transition between sites. And Smoggy's hyper aware of it, clears out all of short, recognizes it's not there, makes Kang aware that the potential of a lurk through caves might have happened. Spikeplon's going to give it away. There's the speed up. The 1v2, can Scales do it?
Oh, already lagged through the paper-thin nest. The paint shell finishes him off. What a way to end the series. I was expecting a bold 1v1 versus Smoggy, not knowing where he was, and Kong, even in death, is finding an impact. It was battled, it was bold, it was confidence from TYL, but EDG, your team with a bid in the upper bracket, answer in their first match of Kickoff with a win, with new comps, with new form. Now I'm excited to see where this team will go with some polish. We already saw switch ups in just that late OT that allowed them to get through. That we wish had come sooner. So map to map, I could see some strengthening for sure.
Yeah, and that makes 2-0 for the series and 5-0 for the history books as EDG unbeaten by TYL and
not even getting a map.
Yeah, not even getting a map again. And I don't think it's an indictment on how TYL played. I think it's just how strong EDG is as a roster. Because there were moments of brilliance from TYL at every single moment, and the fact that they brought it to OT shows that they have it in them. I prefaced it yesterday, this is Kickoff. If your roster looks strong by Kickoff, imagine how much better it'll look towards maybe midway through. So fist bumps all around. Definitely a strong showing from TYL's side. Yeah, it's just wholesome. I think it's a good game to watch. I'm very happy with the way this went, and very good debut if you're Autumn, currently a new transfer into the EDG project. And yeah, exciting. But we have an interview coming up. Any thoughts before the interview?
I think I'm just excited to learn what the idea behind this bind composition was, like you mentioned, from the Autumn Cook, and if it will actually pay off.
Oh, the mascot's back. But yeah, we have an interview coming up with Project Horizon Bedos.
再次恭喜 EDG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了康康选手来接受大家的采访。康康先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 EDG 的 ZMJKK。
欢迎康康，恭喜你们！新教练选手的加入，休赛期的调整，我们看到了现在的 EDG 更好的技能配合以及
How do you think EDG is improved?
那在你的视角里，你觉得 EDG 都提升了哪些方面呢？
我觉得提升的方面有很多吧，我觉得就不用一一举例出来了。然后我觉得 CB 今天
He's like it's like we've improved on a lot of things. I think I don't have to like tell you. And I think CB played really well.
大家都能看得出来。而且聊到你们的新阵容，这个员工重镇的阵容一选出来，我看到观众就是蛙声一片。CB 的
And the bind comp
海神真的说非常的罕见，可不可以跟我们聊一下背后的设计是什么？
其实这个阵容就是更怎么说做地图控制吧，或者是去。
And he says that the main part of it is to like unleash that firepower.
更多的就是解放火力嘛，然后以赛代练呗。
以赛代练，今天发挥也非常出色。
对。
因为其实对手天路在他们起点赛的首秀表现也是非常惊艳的，而且今天两队也是带来了一场强对决。
Was there anything that was particularly memorable with like Kalu and the rookies?
让你比较印象深刻的。
我觉得那个 Splash 跟那个。
And he says that they are solely like shooters, like ERV, like they're all like very energetic.
队伍除了九哥啊。 青春活力，我的意思是，但是我觉得九哥在起点赛的时候已经。
And he says that it feels like Sword9's return to when he was like 18 years old.
那种感觉，所以说希望九哥你多打久一点好吗？
是的，今天我们在第2张地图也看到了九哥的韧性发挥的非常的出色。那其实
anything to say to the audience?
都非常想你休赛期好长时间没见，有什么想要对观众们说的话
And he's like, thank you for showing us we'll become better and better. Thank you.
越来越好的，谢谢。
谢谢康康。最后再次恭喜你们斩获胜利，今夜能圆满而归。而此时此刻，远在沙特的另一群年轻人，现在也怀着以下课上的梦想，将要向冠军发起冲击。
And they're talking about like a football match that's gonna happen. And anything to say to the football team?
对阵到日本队，此时此刻有什么祝福的话想要对他们说的？
我觉得怀揣
I don't think I have to commentate more.
Let's go！ 相信你们，感谢康康的分享。而且，其实正如电竞选手在赛场上拼尽全力一样，体育精神的本质是相通的。我们都是为了热爱、为了荣誉而战。 那在此，我们也代表无畏契约赛事的全体选手和观众，为今晚出征的 U23国足队员们送上祝福。愿你们在赛场上毫无保留，为中国足球的
That's it for the interview. I think it's time for the prize draw for the audience.
接受我们的采访。那本场比赛现场也是设有一个福能掉落的抽奖活动，在比赛期间，现场将随机抽选我们的观众，获赠游戏资产。接下来有请康康为我们抽取一下今天的现场的幸运观众，可以直接喊开始。
And it's I think a remark that you said in waiting. You might not understand what he said, but you do always understand in whatever language. Let's go. A very empowered, very confident. Let's go. So. I think that's what this is all about, you know, bringing VCT CN to the non-CN speaking masses, you know, and we get to watch and witness games of such a high caliber. You get to be somewhat closer, obviously not as close as the people in person, but somewhat closer to your superstars, get to see the people and a bit of representation for an underrepresented region. And after shots like this in the penultimate round, in the ultimate round as well, makes all the more sense to be representing VCTCN at times.
Yeah, I mean, that one was a very, very close map, and I want to be realistic again, and not to be a downer for the winners, but I'm curious to see if this composition is going to be sustainable, right? Like, I feel like we saw these players in form, and that's why it's successful, but if you're having an off day, I really can't see this composition finding or hitting the same levels at the same heights that we saw. I mean, the openers from CB were so crisp. Like, Kong got the operator online and was hitting shots, and that was a core part of the defense. So I'm excited for them to prove me wrong, and when we play Bind again, essentially, up against another team. That's what I want to see for this team. And again, I want to see, them fix some of the issues that we did see, because we got to see one fix that was brilliant. Like, I want to bring up both of those rounds, like, what the A-fights looked like on their attack first half, and what that OT A-fight looked like, because they were night and day. And I don't know if that was called right before the OT, because you get to talk with your coaches, right, when you go into OT. But it was perfect. And I think, despite what we mentioned, was the big switcher for EDG this season is the coaching staff. The sheer numbers of players that were on stage, or sorry, I should say, like, coaching staff that was on stage during the huddle, right? And I think that is the resources and support that an all-star, a champions level team needs to find success here.
Yeah, and I think it's a common through point with how good Tier 2 is and how good Tier 1 is. Sometimes the difference can just be, like you mentioned, support staff. You know, Sentinels hiring a performance coach to come in, EDG shuffling around their coaches, giving their players new resources, new looks and new kinds of support, all in an attempt to get that world champ or world class level from their players. And EDG is a world class team. I don't think anyone will ever argue that, and they put up a world class performance against a team like TYL that you don't expect to be making those deep runs.
Let's listen to a world class team.
A 小两个 ，A 小两个，我回了，进了，压力小心，我再下去，四开狼，保他，眼里小心，哦，给眼，左边，右边，Let's go， 到了，哎呦，黑雾，
爆能器落在 A 区，
过不了点后去了，已经压到了。哎，1号口 ，nice， 板凳，4点，就3枪，别急，不用管他，
我方还剩1
好像，我去了，别急，我有大了，我下面，你别去，我来开大。nice，
And the irony of Kong in those team comms being the one to tell them to chill cannot be understated. I think that was the round where there was a flank being like, hey guys, wait for nobody to get in position kind of vibes, which also shows the presence he's having in the server, comm-wise, but I mean, stats-wise, you can tell. And what wasn't a lethal zone at this point, right?
I think you oftentimes forget how intense Kang is as a person, and then you hear those team comms and you realize this man is just a walking, talking, invariable ball of energy. And I think that's the main factor that energy carried over and persisted from map 1 to map 2, even towards the end of it, speaks volumes about how valuable he is as a player in comms more than he is on server. And the fact that he's lethal from any angle, lethal from his right hand and from his oppo is a big thing. So very, very well-deserved MVP from Kang. I think this EDG effort would have been realized as much, especially on map 2, if it weren't for him being full blind and landing shots when you need him. That superstar factor, and also him being just a very solid team player.
That close, like, no scope was crazy in the smoke as well, close A, right? Like, he's looking crisp right now, and after all the talk, right, and the concerns with the wrist injury, I think he's put those well to bed, saying, don't worry, I know how to manage this. And again, I want to give props to TYL because remember, this is triple elimination, right? Like, that is a hard opponent. And I wasn't swayed in my predictions, right? I think to TYL after just the win up against FPX, but I definitely think in my middle and possibly lower bracket, I will be swayed to picking them at least once across this tournament because I'll be like, apology form, I didn't know your game. Now I do, especially towards players like Splash.
Yeah, 336 ACS. The only person who I can remember who had that high in ACS was G from JDG from last year. G had the entire Ascension run where he was about 300 ACS. So 15 post plants is good, but 26 first bloods between the two teams.
I'm looking at 4 out of 10 post plants for EDG. This is your winning team, by the way, that got 4 out of 10 post plants. And I think that just exasperates what I mentioned, that they have issues on their attack half, not with getting space because they're getting the spike down, but keeping it. Like the refloods were immediate because they just didn't have showers, they didn't have backside control. So again, I want to see what they switch up, what they fix after a decent VOD review session, but I'm glad they're giving even Splash the highlight he deserves, because you mentioned versus like the standard race player versus what we saw out of him, right? Like 10 multi-kills, right? Like this guy's crazy right now.
And I think the way you should look at that post plant stat is, like we mentioned in the beginning on Abyss, just plant denial. You only have 4 out of 10 post plants because 6 out of 10 of the time you're winning a round before it even gets to post, right? And when it does get to post, you just don't lose because your playstyle
counts towards the 10, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong.
So a lot of their round wins would happen before spike happened. So then they're all inning on just don't get the spike down, deny the spike as much as possible. But then when the spike does get down, they're struggling to find success. So TYL definitely more proficient. They were, I think, at 80%, 4 out of 5. So definitely interesting to track, especially how the meta is going to sort of stagnate with the new map pool, new weapons, and initiators being a lot weaker. How does post plant become relevant as a stat?
Well, with that, though, that is the end of EDG versus TYL, your upper round 2 in this triple elimination of VCT China kickoff with Project Horizon. But we've set the stakes for now the matches moving forward, right? G-Lie Gaming versus EDG in that upper round 3. They now need to win 2 more best of 3s to lock in one of those spots at Masters Santiago. TYL fall to place off against Nova. That is going to be a banger matchup. I was saying I might like pred TYL finally. That one, I don't know if I can. Like, I have such high expectations for that Nova roster. But also, Rigger, we have like 2 banger matches tomorrow that I want to get your thoughts on. We have Billy Gaming versus All Gamers, and we have Dragon Ranger Gaming versus JDG. What do you make of it?
Dragon Ranger versus JDG? I think Dragon Ranger is a team in 2025 that the only reason why they didn't do well at champs is because they didn't have their full complement of their roster.
Absolutely.
Now they're full complement versus the side of JDG. JDG looks strong. JDG has G. G's a player that I've my eyes on permanently. G and Stu are arguably, in at least from my understanding in CN, the strongest implementers of double duel, arguably in the entire region.
Like, I casted that Ascension Grand Finals. Like, I know the Rare Atom players. And you mentioned at the beginning of the show, right? Like, they're just like, that is a perpetual cycle. Is they lose Ascension, and then their entire team gets just picked apart, like, by them getting pulled into Tier 1 anyways. Which I feel like happens, like, in other regions. Like, some Ascension players get picked up here and there, but not to the level that VCT China does. And that's that consistent talent that you mentioned, right? So I think they are definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with. I think all these matches are low-key going to be super entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I'm excited to definitely see how the All Gamers game goes. I think that's going to be definitely Billy is a team that, in every single conversation about the GOATs of CN, Billy is always there in some capacity. But yeah, we have the ACS for day 1, and I think anything that stands out, Splash being up there. I honestly thought Splash would have had high ACS. I think he had 336 ACS at the end of map 2. So the difference between him and Raga there was not as grand as it seems on the stats. But yeah, here's the bracket. The full shield being the you keep winning bracket, light regen shield being the you've lost occasionally, and then light shield being like you've lost slightly more, but here's a third chance for Master Santiago. Very cascading, as you can see, in terms of the number of games you play.
No, absolutely. I'm excited to see how this plays out. I like they have a little shield icon. It's like, okay, you still have a shield in this upper, and then it just gets worse as you fall. That's a very creative representation of it. But on the flip side, I want to touch back on what you mentioned about the top players and Rarga. It's like, okay, is Rarga going to be in that same form versus EDG, right? 45 and 21 across the series. Happy Way as well was 39 and 16, but again, that's only that's later down the line. We've got to get through our round 2 upper bracket, which is, as we mentioned, BLG versus AG and DRG versus JDG, which I feel like we've broken down those 2 matches pretty well. I feel like Bilibili is that team, like, I don't know, to me Bilibili in China now is like the Giant X of EMEA, right? Like, they win a lot, but like you expect them to kind of vibe. Obviously, like, looking at like coming into this year at least, and so now it's just like, okay, are they going to live up to the expectations that have been set for them, or are all gamers this, again, spicy, like, built squad going to stage another upset?
I think I'm looking at Fangia from the side of AG. He's a player who's come in, and yesterday he had a barnstorm over series. So yeah, but that's pre-game for another day. Do you have anything else to say as we bid the fair viewers a happy evening?
No, just I think honestly, I'm so glad that VCT China is back. We've already seen a handful of close matches. Again, this one could have gone to a Pearl, which would have been great to see the switch ups, right, that TYL would have made between their first and second match, having that VALORANT VCT session on the map in an official, but you'll have to repeat a map eventually in this triple elimination format. Thank you for joining me for the cast today. Thank you everybody for showing Project Horizon all the support that you do through everything, and we will see you tomorrow for more upper round 2 bracket matches in VCT China Kickoff.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on.
to my